Are you getting yourself ready for our show?
Alrighty, guys, Jigs and Bigs, it's another Tuesday. What a wild episode we have for you guys. A whole bunch of stuff going on. First and foremost, as we're recording this, the Midsummer Mayhem tournament just ended about 2.5 hours ago. We have some preliminary sort of statistics as far as what went down, but again, the official judgment won't happen for another 24 hours or 22 hours, I suppose. We'll have all that stuff for you next week, the finals, the awards, all that stuff. That's going to be coming up later. But another big thing that we have this week, Jigs and Bigs has a new show partner, and we're here to announce exactly who that is. We've got some really great stuff to talk about, too, and just the tip. We're going to talk about how to deal with it when Mother Nature basically takes a shit on your fishing plans. Some good alternatives to be proactive and keep, ready for that next trip. Plus, in our bait of the week, we're talking Tokyo rigs this week. It's a rig a lot of people talk about wanting to throw or, fooling around with, but very few seem to have a whole lot of experience with it. We've got information about it for you guys. And in our beef seat, we have not one, but two guests. We have Josh and Zach from Dark Horse Tackle. They're on here to talk about, all kinds of interesting stuff. Like, did you know that Dark Horse Tackle is essentially a rising phoenix? Yeah, they've got information about that. Plus, we're going to get to learn about them as anglers as well. So much good stuff lined up for you guys this week, Jigs and Bigs. You don't want to miss it. We will be back right after this. Look at that, everybody. We have an amazing show for you guys. I am Bobby Roast Beef. It is so good to be recording this show just hot off the heels of the Midsummer Mayhem tournament, the tournament, the bass tournament you guys have asked for, and it's all done. It just ended today, and we're going to give a 24-hour window for folks to go over and challenge anything or submit their information, their feelings, to get in touch with their feelings. That's really what this is about. This is a bass fishing tournament about feelings, and you guys can submit your information. We're going to be judging like motherfuckers come Monday afternoon and going through all of these fish. I think there's over 300 fish that got entered, and that number sounds kind of interesting for a couple of reasons. We got stuff to go over. Let's get this out of the way. First and foremost, big shout out to everybody that has given us some good constructive criticism and reviews over at Apple Podcasts. Like I said before, Apple Podcasts for some reason kind of is like where the temperature gets taken on the podcast world. So if you want to kind of work the podcast algorithms to kind of like put our show or assist us in getting our show seen by more folks, the best thing you can do is give us a rating and a review over at Apple Podcasts. So if you're an iPhone user, even if you're like me and you use Spotify to listen to your podcast just because you like it as a better platform, open up that Apple Podcast app and give us a rating and a review. Throw some constructive criticism in there. We'd love to know what you guys think, what you want more of, what you want less of. Who knows? All kinds of stuff. Plus, one other thing to mention, of course, we do have merchandise available at jigsandbigs.com. You guys can go ahead and get your Ditch Pickle Tickler shirts there. You can get your FTG logo shirts. In fact, your boy is working on kind of a new little logo that's sort of a Grateful Dead mashup, actually. It's a vibe, and I've just been kind of liking it, and I've been throwing it around a little bit on social media. Nobody seemed to kind of complain or anything like that, but we're going to have some fun with it, and that's what our merch is all about, is about fun. And then lastly, of course, we want to say thank you to everybody who is entering our online tournaments. Got a couple of DMs today, actually, about some of the tournaments from folks that want to get involved. And let me just tell you guys, we've been having a blast this year with the online multi-species tournaments. And I think we've been having a blast with the at least those who were able to fish. that were able to get out for Midsummer Mayhem. We'll talk about why some of us weren't able to fish in just a little bit. But if you want to get involved, you're just definitely going to need the Fishing Chaos app, and just search Jigs and Bigs on there. You'll find out all of the ones that we have lined up. Let me just give a little bit of a spoiler here, guys. 2024 is going to see something remarkable happen to this multi-species platform that I think you guys are really going to enjoy, and hopefully will drive the engagement that much further. So looking forward to it. It's not going to be long before we have another raffle giveaway on a show for the July winners. So I'm looking forward to that. But we have a couple of people in the comments right here from our Jighead fam that have thrown a few things out here. Like, first off, Binya asks us, so are you going to have a rotating third chair now? And Gravy Fishing chimes in and goes, I missed something. Where the hell did Sean go? So let's go ahead and we'll answer that question here. Sean is, I've been saying the past few days that Sean is kind of on a little sabbatical right now. Right now he's on vacation with his family, enjoying some time, and he's kind of taking a break. He's kind of taking a break from fishing right now, which is okay, because Jigs and Bigs,
we care. We care about feelings, and we want to make sure everybody's right.
You know, and that brings me to my next statement here. We have the one and only Kris Ellis joining us, Mr. Tightlines himself, as the third chair in our this podcast greatness. Kris, how are you, bud? How's everything going?
I'm well, and everything's decent.
Good, man. Good. And of course, I've got Who the Fuck is Joe Brown in the house. And Joe and I feel like we're kindred spirits today, because I feel, and you're going to hear this when we review our weeks. Today was a rough day for the two of us.
Yeah.
A lot of things came to light.
Yeah.
A lot of things came to light. I think, why don't we go ahead and we'll dive into our weeks right here. Yeah. I would be a terrible host if I didn't offer Mr. Tightlines himself the opportunity to review. What have you been up to this last week as far as fishing goes, Kris?
What have I been? So all right. Well, the truck broke down last Friday, but there's good to this.
This is good.
So the truck broke down last Friday, and some people may or may not know me. I make big wooden swim baits. Okay. And this enabled me to have a dedicated, like, 6 days in the shop. And that's so cool. I got to it, and I got a whole bunch of baits almost ready to get out there. That was great. Vehicle got ready. Vehicle's all set. And nice. I had a tournament yesterday.
Oh, all right.
Part of the Granite State Kayak Anglers up here in New Hampshire.
Yep.
And it was supposed to be a tournament on Massasecum in New Hampshire.
Okay.
But flood levels were kind of outrageous.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, so the state called the tournament director and nicely requested that we would not have the tournament. So what we did is we had the ability to then change the trail tournament that we were already going to do and make it an online tournament in which you could do any public water in New Hampshire, as long as anybody can launch from there.
Yep.
And we did that. We broke off, and I did not win. I got 8th out of 20. It was 20 of us.
Yeah, top half, and, man. That's not bad at all.
Well, and the best part was every single catch was on Kersmax, my wooden frog.
Oh, really?
He's like a 7-inch wooden, big giant frog. I'll get it all on. I have a YouTube channel, Mr. Tightlines, and I'm going to be editing the episode soon and getting it up. So at least every catch was on that. That was fun. I think biggest was a 19.5.
Yep.
And I had some come and hit the frog, and it's the hits that make your heart just palpitate. And they definitely would have been big fish, but totally missed the bait. I could see the fish just breach right out, and it totally missed the bait, wouldn't go back for it. So I couldn't cull out. I had a 15.5 and 17 or something as my two smallest. I just couldn't cull them out. Biggest that I got was 19.5.
It's not bad.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
And there's I should say this, if you guys haven't ever seen Kris's YouTube channel, and you especially if you dig on seeing tournament progress as you go, Kris does something that I appreciate. He'll feature what the bait is as he's showing these catches. Not stop the show. He'll actually have a pop-up, gorgeous graphics, pop-up and show exactly what it is that he's using. So if you're especially if you're new to tournament angling, this is a great way to kind of get a bird's eye view, quite literally, of how he's doing what he's doing. It's awesome. I highly recommend. Go check out Kris's channel. You'll appreciate it.
Thank you.
Dude, that's okay. So that's not too terrible. And I will say this.
Terrible.
It is kind of a feather in the cap of the CPR tournament when you can just say, yeah, it's dangerous out here. Go to your, honey holes that you regularly fish where it's going to be safe.
Yep.
And we're going to shift gears and this will be an online tournament. That is sort of a benefit because, not everybody can do that,
Yeah, and it was the day before that. I mean, it was that evening.
Close,
so
yeah.
I mean, people are ready to go, and they've planned it. They've looked at Google Maps. They maybe they've pre-fished it a week or so prior. And personally for this event, not to take too much more time here, but personally, I wanted to hit. So my first ever day out with Kris Ellis, which is my gill. You have one. I gifted you one.
I love
my first day out was at Massasecum. I got the videos on YouTube, and I killed it, and I was ready. It was pre-fishing for the tournament.
Yep.
And I didn't end up making that tournament the next week for whatever reason it might have been. That was 2 years ago. Last year, had the same tournament. My mom got remarried.
Oh, yeah, you can't miss that.
So I couldn't make the tournament. I'm all ready. I'm all pumped up, third year in a row. It's like, all right, I'm going to go toss Kris Ellis around. We're going to go wreck this. And it's canceled at the last minute.
Oh, man.
So Massasecum tournament, 3 years in a row, man. Just denied.
That's crazy. I mean, but when it does happen, when you have a tournament on there, something tells me it may go in your favor, especially with all the pre-fishing.
Yeah, I'm a try. I'd only ever done it that once too.
Yeah,
so
that's wild. Joe, what was your week like?
Oh man, a lot of rain.
It's a shitload of rain.
No, so when it comes to fishing, I unfortunately only got out once. The other days I planned to, I got kind of rained out. And when it's not for a tournament or anything like that, I'm not about fucking sitting there and just getting drenched the entire time.
Yeah.
Sometimes I will, but I just wasn't feeling it this week. But I did get out to one local spot for my Wednesday night, South Pond out in Brookfield. Small place, real deep, mostly known for trout. I think we only got like 3 fish that day. It just was a slow day. It wasn't great. Someone did get 5 fish for a decent bag. Mm-hmm. The problem was is no wake because the water levels are so high.
Oh yeah.
So like me, it's not like I can go to one of my spots, buzz to the next one, nothing there, buzz to the next one. So it's just like, putting around, you waste most of your time doing that. It was just a lot of frustration on my end fishing that day. I mean, we caught fish. I mean, we caught a couple decent fish, but just that the no wake stuff just kind of gets annoying for me. Yeah, I mean, it was good. It was a good day. Everything seemed to be tight to the shore around structure, docks, and timber. It's a lot of laydowns in there right now from the friggin' weather we've been having. So we pulled a couple decent fish off some laydowns with what was I using for those laydowns? I think I was just flipping a creature. I was just flipping a creature bait.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was flipping a prawn, 6 cents prawn. Got a couple off there. Ryan was throwing everything. He got a couple off some. I believe he was using Ned rigs. He was using the Helamite. But just a lot of dinks, a lot of rats. Nothing. Our first fish fish I got was pretty decent. Maybe like 2.5 pounds. But other than that, that was it for my fishing. I did set up this real nice new spot to record for you guys.
It's pretty slick.
Got kind of not kicked out of the office, but for those of you who don't know, I have a little setup inside my you can see all the fun stuff behind me in the garage, but I have a workstation here that I work on a lot of my fishing stuff and whatnot. Workbench. I got my tools, my toolboxes and everything. So I was like, you know what? Put up a TV, put my computer here. I was like, I'm just going to start recording here, give the wife her office back. So we're both not crammed in there.
There you go.
And I did that. I set that up.
It sounds great for a garage.
I'm glad because I was nervous about that.
There's not much echo or anything.
No, it sounds fantastic.
I was nervous about that. But But yeah, so I did that this week. I did the wife and the little one. We did go down to Mystic yesterday.
Oh, that's right.
Took a day down to Mystic. Went to the aquarium, did all that, stuff that you have to do when you go down there. I've been promising the little one that we'd go down there, so we did that. We had a good day, and
nice.
Yeah, unfortunately, not much fishing from me this week. It sucks, and yeah. And stuff like that, but we'll talk about that later.
That sounds a lot like my week.
Yeah.
This week this is one of those weeks where I had a big wedding with a lot of moving parts happening on the weekend, and there was some gray area on the timeline that needed to be squared away with the couple that I was working with. And as the week went on, I'm making changes and I'm doing all the prep work on my end. But I did make some time. I got ahead of it. I've been trying to do this anytime I have a real busy week. In fact, I had not only that, but I had a second I had two game shows on Thursday night that I had hosted. The first one was one I had been promoting for a while, was an office themed trivia, and it was a packed house. Like, I was blown away. I was lucky enough that there is a local, I would say locally famous Instagrammer that came out to my event. I'm not going to use her real name on the show, but
you said her.
What's that?
You said her.
I did. But her Instagram is Western Mass Drinks, and I have to thank her because she has single-handedly suggested or just shown some fantastic specialty cocktails in watering holes all around our area. My wife and I had stepped foot in just to sample that we normally would never go to. Like, they're just outside of our wheelhouse. We would never even consider. And it was awesome. So it was really good to chat with her. And she had a blast and is apparently gonna make it out. And actually, on my other podcast, she's gonna be a co-host for an episode. So we're gonna do some amateur rating and reviewing of various dive bars and all kinds of good stuff in the area. So that should be a lot of fun. But I had a late night game, and this will kind of tie into the theme a little bit later with weather. We had some massive thunderstorms come through on Thursday about 9 p.m. And these were violent storms, crazy amounts of rain. And my Thursday night trivia, which they graciously bump it to 9 o'clock, normally it's at 7, they stuck with it. We're outside, we're under a tent. This was the most intense. I asked 64 questions of trivia in 45 minutes. It was like speed quizzing.
Speed talk. Remember that guy back in the day?
Yep.
When we were, it was when I was a kid, but he'd be on the infomercials I can read this fast. Blah, 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 blah.
The Micro Machines guy. Yeah.
The Micro Machines guy.
Yep. It was so, I couldn't believe it. We didn't do any breaks in between. The challenges were just extra points for a question. We didn't do Drinko and skipped a lot of that stuff, but they were like, holy shit, you can get that done fast. I was like, well, we got thunder and lightning overhead and essentially rivers of rainwater coming off of the roof of the building, flowing under the tent. People are sitting there picking their feet up and stuff. It was just ridiculous. So got that done. That was awesome. So I had a whole lot going on this week. But what we did do is I got out on Tuesday. Now I'm gonna have to kind of blow the roof off of the big announcement right now. But so Jigs and Bigs has a new partner that we're bringing on, and that partner is Dark Horse Tackle. That, for some of you that have been listening to this show, you've heard us talk about Dark Horse Tackle before, but Dark Horse Tackle is living a new life. It's been completely reborn. It's under completely new ownership, and it's growing in a direction that I think a lot of you that are listening to this show right now are going to be very, very excited about. I think it's a little bit more engaging in a way. It's way more than just a subscription box. That is absolutely for sure. But what does this mean for you guys? Well, it means that listeners of Jigs and Bigs are going to be able to get a discount for signing up for Dark Horse Tackle. And what does this mean for the jig heads? we have something special for you as well, jig heads. That's going to be listed when we get full details in the Patreon. So if you want the most benefits that you can get for being a Jigs and Bigs listener, and you want to get the most out of Dark Horse Tackle, I would highly recommend you guys sign up and become jig heads. Go for it. Now, one thing I want to mention is this. So the boys over in Dark Horse, Josh and Zach, they had sent over a couple of their July boxes, which are a collaborative box with Lumberjack Company Fishing, and Log Jammer Fishing. And these are creek boxes that you guys might have actually seen. I posted a video on Instagram, I think on Tuesday afternoon, and I did a little unboxing of it, and this thing was amazing. So I went out to a body of water Tuesday afternoon, and as I'm saying this, I'm now reminded I do actually have an FTG that you'll very much enjoy coming up later in the show. But I went over to Congamon Jr. We refer to it as Congamon Jr. here on the show. You guys that know us, you know what we're talking about. Because for the Jigs and Bigs multi-species tournament, I needed a handful of different species. What I've been looking for are northern pike, chain pickerel, crappie. What else do I need? Bowfin. What else do I need? I can round out my NE5, but I'm just looking for size there. Carp, catfish. Those are the species that I'm looking for. Oh, and smallmouth. I have yet to catch a smallmouth. So I decide, okay, I'm going to go where I've been on a tear for pickerel every single time I've gone. And that was Congamon Jr. And it did not play out the way I expected. I caught, 6 or 7 bass all day. All dinks, like I would say maybe the biggest was maybe 12 and a half inches. All of them dinks, all of them hitting topwater. All of them hitting topwater. And it was, I saw these fish hitting the surface, and I said, okay, screw it. Let's go ahead and give it a go. And I threw a plopper style bait that came from Dock Masters. And Dock Masters put together this amazing plopper style bait. It's a 70 millimeter plug, and it runs so ridiculously true. But this was getting just smashed before I could do a full rotation of the crank on my reel. Like before I could get a full rotation, as soon as it started moving, bang. And it was every single fish except for one. One I did manage to catch on a stick bait because the grass where I was just way, way, way too high to the surface for me to be able to throw this. But that's what it was. It was me just finding the grass. I would see some fish, some activity over there. I'd go and get just beyond the grass, cast over with a topwater, and as soon as I would start moving that bait, it would just get blown up on. It was ridiculous. So it was a fun day, but it wasn't a productive day in terms of tournament fishing at all. Like, it didn't really benefit me anyway. I caught a ton of fish, but none of them really did anything for me as far as the tournament's concerned. So call that one a wrap. I didn't get out to fish until later in the week after the wedding. In fact, I was on my feet all day. And I'll tell you, this is how I know that fishing is it for me, because it would take nothing but one person to just say, hey, why don't you just chill out, take a day. You've been on your feet for 13 or 14 hours. You've driven around for 3 hours round trip. Take a day, relax. No, I went out and I decided to inspect a body of water that I wanted to fish for the tournament, for the Midsummer Mayhem so badly, but I haven't seen this body of water in a decade. I did the math and I went back. It was about 10 years. This body of water is the first body of water, one, that I ever fished with Sean at. This was the body of water. Number 2 is the first time I ever fished from a kayak, and also the first time I ever threw a bait caster. So this is like the virgin trifecta. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. So I went out and I took and decided I was just going to go and have a little bit of fun with it and play around. So I went over there and I wasn't sure, I wanted to see what was up with laydowns, what was up with, any kind of cover, how were the weeds growing in, what was happening. So I went over there and I put together a pattern. In 90 minutes, I caught 6 fish, which was awesome.
Awesome.
And I was using a fishing method that what I knew was going to be a problem. I knew as soon as I launched, I had no cell service there at all. And it was It was so bad that I couldn't get directions until I had left the Berkshires in Massachusetts and gone into northern Connecticut.
I hate that so bad. I hate when like you're so far from home or where you're in a like place you don't really know at all.
Yeah.
And it's like, I need directions now. Seriously.
And it was just so close. Like I was able to use the Toyota ones, but the Toyota ones basically wanted me to drive to like Hartford to get 91 to go north. It was ridiculous. And I'm like, I mean, do I think I'm going to be able to get cell service? Like, how early do I have to get off the water for this to work out? Now, with that said, the first bait I was throwing over there, I hooked into a fish on my third or fourth cast. I made my way over to a grass line and started following the outside of the grass line and made diagonal casts over. Again, I saw a fish hitting on the surface, and I tried to follow suit. I threw that plop bait. I threw the Jig Masters Micro Buzz. Because again, I'm not looking for big fish for this tournament. There's a slot limit, 12 to 17. I'm just looking to catch as many as I can. And I go and I'm throwing that, nothing. I threw a buzz toad. I downsized a little bit more. I threw one of those Z-Man goats, and I threw that, nothing. Would not even get like so much as like a flicker. I did get a couple of taps on a popper, but nothing that gave me any kind of confidence. So I then went over and decided to throw two baits that I have a ton of confidence with. And that's a weightless Texas rig Senko in a particular color for what I was seeing, and a matching Ned rig, a Helamite actually, in a particular color for what I was seeing. And I managed to catch two fish on each. And that let me know that, okay, cool, that's a little bit of a pattern that I feel some confidence with. One of these fish was 16 and a half inches, which for this body of water, that's big. That's really big. There's a lot of 12 to 13 inch fish in here. And that's kind of what I thought my bread and butter was going to be. It's probably what it would be. The first fish I caught was about 11 inches. The last fish I caught was just shy of 12. The last fish that I caught was on that big swim jig. I just wanted to know, after I figured out that pattern, if one of my like comfort baits, one of my confidence baits would perform given the conditions. And it did. Got actually the most violent bite out of anything. And that fish was just under 12. So it wouldn't have cut the mustard, but I decided to wrap it up, get off the water, head back home. Took me forever to get back home. And then I recorded this segment that you guys are going to hear later with Josh Chitwood and Zach from Dark Horse Tackle. And man, we had the greatest conversation. There's so many different little rabbit holes that we go down. We get a couple of like the typical questions in there. We get some really good stories from these guys, and some feedback too about Dark Horse, what was going on with it, where they've brought it up to, and where they want to see it continue to grow. And there's some stuff about Dark Horse Tackle that I didn't realize at the time, but this is way more than just a subscription box. There's so much more to it, and it really is more of a community. You guys got to check this out. So I highly, highly recommend that. As far as fishing today, and I think Joe can chime in here, let's get the actual numbers. If I go and look at Fishing Chaos, I will see that the tournament for today is done, but there's Midsummer Mayhem. So we only had 18 anglers turn out. And I want to speak to that a little bit, because this was the tournament that everybody had been asking us to do a bass tournament, strictly bass, no multi-species, strictly just black bass on a single day, not a monthly, anything like that. And I'm thankful that we got 18 folks to jump in. But this was not the amount of numbers that I expected. And ultimately, we only had 50% of those anglers fish today, or at least catch fish.
Yeah.
There's 9 that placed on the leaderboard. Everybody else did not fish. And I know a lot of these anglers were from our area, Joe, and it was freaking dicey, man.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, it's. I guess that's where it kind of gets tough. Just speak to how many people we got. When it's a one day, it's kind of at our mercy when we pick the day, whether, the people are available or, there's so many, I deal with it all the time with tournaments. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I also expect a little bit more, but I am thankful for how many did. And, it could have been just people kind of feeling it out, kind of see how it goes. Maybe, this is something we should kind of look into for the future, maybe, to continue to do, maybe on a quarterly basis or whatever. I'm looking at some of the numbers. Holy shit.
Like Ryan and Nelson had amazing days.
Yeah, Ryan had caught like 30 plus fish.
Yeah, it was, and a lot of them were of significant caliber on the upper end of that slot limit. Nelson did fantastic. We had a handful of folks from New England that were in here. We had Zach and Nick and Todd and Elise. They were all, I believe, all in the Midwest. Yep. So that definitely helped. It was nuts. And then who is it? Jay Basson chimes in and he says, weather was too shitty for me to chance it. And that's exactly what it got down to. Like, I woke up this morning bright and early, and I mean, it was torrential, the rain that was coming down, and I was excited about that. I'm okay with the rain. Then I feel a little bit more confident throwing like a loud bait. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yep.
But, and I also, again, like I was going to a body of water that I had, and you're going to hear this in the conversation because we talked about it last night. I talked about it with Josh and Zach. I had made the decision to go to a body of water that I only on reputation had heard was just great for what I was looking for. But there was cell service. That was for me, that's what it was. The problem was I didn't really have a real plan other than staying near the ramp so I could get off the water quick if it got bad. So for me, I was at the launch late. I was going to launch late, like closer to like a little after 8:00. And I was rigging up my boat, getting everything ready. And I go over and I go to grab my phone. I grab my big bottle of water, the last stuff from the truck as I'm going to lock it up. And I grab my phone and I look at the map on Weather Underground just to see if that line of thunderstorms had gone past us. And we were on the backside of it, and we were. And I said, okay, this is good. So I know it's going to be getting better before it gets worse. And then I got the notification about the tornado warnings.
Yeah.
And I was like, that is a sign. I am not going to fool around with that.
Yeah. So it was kind of the same thing. I had been watching it, and today I was planning on going out, and I was going to sleep in a little bit, and then because I planned on putting in pretty much a full day up until we recorded.
Yeah.
But I started to kind of look at that future forecast. I'm like, oh shit. And then, and then the tornado warnings. And I was like, well, maybe if I just go out maybe if I just go out for a couple hours. And then I'm just like, I'm out there looking at it and I'm just like, no, not doing it. Like, man, this sucks, but I ain't doing it.
Yeah.
And actually Gravy just said it. So the town that I live in, about 1.5 to 2 miles from my house. It hasn't been confirmed yet by the National Weather Service, but they're saying a tornado did touch down near my house.
Yeah.
So I live in North Brookfield, tiny little town. So it's, you get on these community Facebook pages and it's the news of the century. It's been wild here when it comes to the weather. We haven't caught a break, and it sucks. But when it comes down to it, I know I said I hate fishing in the rain. And let me say this. The reason why I hate fishing in downpouring rain is because I've done 20 years in the military and I'm sick of being in this. I don't choose to be in the suck anymore. I've been forced to do it for so many years that I try not to choose to do it anymore.
Fair enough.
Even like my kids, like, oh, like, are you coming to come out in the woods and sleep in the tent with us tonight? I'm like, no.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to sleep
have
in
a nice,
bed.
comfortable bed.
You were in that bed, man.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So, we've just been us in this area have been dealt a really shitty hand so far this summer.
I mean, especially like up in Vermont, I have heard horror stories from folks who are close to the show that they needed to evacuate, and it was it was dangerous. Like, and Chris, even in your area, there was like significant street flooding and stuff too, wasn't there?
Yeah. Even right now, it's bad. I'm about 1080 feet above sea level, thankfully up on a little like mountain, but below us, there's some places there's like only one way to get to us because there's just roads shut down everywhere.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's. I will say all this downpouring. I got a little low spot on my property, like behind the house, and that's made this little tiny little pond, and my fucking ducks love it.
Oh yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. You're gonna end up with tadpoles in there.
That's great.
Yeah, let me know when it gets big enough. I'll drive my truck over and get it stuck. Did you hear I had to add a segment to last week's show. I totally forgot to talk about getting stuck with my entire family in the truck off-roading. I totally forgot to talk about it.
I thought you did.
I woke up the next morning. I was like, oh, shit. I listened to segment 1. I couldn't find it. So I edited a piece and I popped it in there. I was like,
Hey guys, editing Bobby here.
and yeah, made it work. We got it in there. You guys got the embarrassing tale. They spent so much money. $300. Fuck that. Oh, yeah, it's brutal, man. Like the weather, there's a lot of comments coming in here from folks all over New England that are just like, couldn't risk it. No, you guys are smart. You are 100% smart. You know, everybody's got a different barometer. And I will say this, like the one thing about when you're out fishing is awareness is everything. So like, you know, when you're listening to that thunder, when you hear it coming close, everybody's got a different gauge that tells them it is time to go. Yep. And some folks are just comfortable with bailing, you know what I mean? And they'll jump and they'll do their thing, whatever they got to do. You know, they'll make it happen. Until they see like lightning touch ground or whatever. And then they're off. And it's like, you know, you can't fault somebody for prioritizing, their own lives and what they're willing to risk and what they're not. You know, it's like Gravy was out there. He actually, he sent me a picture of him. He was holed up in a tunnel, trying to stay dry. It's just freaking nuts.
Hey, Gravy, put in the comments where you fished. I'm curious what tunnel you were in.
Yeah, I'm not sure where he. Yeah, actually, I kind of have a feeling.
I have a little bit of an idea, but we'll see.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I think I've caught fish in that tunnel before.
Oh, it's not the place. Oh, okay. Oh. He wasn't where I was thinking.
Not where I was thinking either. No shit. No shit. Man, it was just freaking crazy. It was bananas. Yeah.
It's just, I don't know. It's just frustrating. You know, it's because like for me, like Bobby, I talked to you about it a little bit. So now I'm getting to the point where some of these water levels on these lakes are getting up so high that I'm not even going to be able to launch my boat.
Oh yeah, that's right. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. So it sucks. It sucks.
Apparently for Gravy, they were on that tunnel pattern. He says he caught about 20. I'm kind of excited to go through these fish tomorrow and start seeing what it is that we're dealing with here. Yeah. I think that could be pretty exciting. Kris had actually just sent me a link over via Instagram to a video that he's got. He goes, lightning while fishing for big bass. I'm going to go ahead and paste this into the show notes. So if you guys are listening to this show now, if you look in the show description, I'm going to leave a link for it. So you guys can check that out and see what it's all about. But Binya chimes in. I know he's being funny. He goes, I'm just a dumbass, but I'm glad people were just being safe instead. And it's true. It's like, you know, everybody's different, you know. I forget, there was a YouTuber. Man, they were out on a boat and it was one of these things where he was like, we should get off the water now, guys. Like the hair on his arms was standing up.
Oh, I've seen something like that recently.
And,
like it's one thing, like part of me is like, oh, I'll just sit in the seat, get low and try to ride it out a little bit. But then I got those 4 foot tall fucking raptors sitting behind me that are just lightning rods. So
it's freaking crazy. It's bananas.
It's definitely intimidating.
Oh, for sure.
It's just one of those things where it's like you gotta, you know, and you hear all the time like, oh, don't ever take, you know, shelter from a thunderstorm and under a tree. But you hear all these anglers, they're just like, oh, I got off the water to get under cover as quick as I can. And it's like, I get it. You know what I mean? For me, I got to be in the truck. Like if there's thunder and lightning, I'm going to be in the truck. And that was initially my plan, knowing what we were dealing with as far as like the severity of the potential weather. With that initial pond, it was small enough where I could just make a beeline for the ramp, beach my boat, and then just run across the road into my truck and wait it out. And I would have felt comfortable with that. With the size of the place. This other body of water I went to, I had never fished it before, and it's much larger. So, if the fish aren't right near the ramp, that was my main plan, was to fish near the ramp so I could get over to it. If they're not and I get drawn out looking for those fish and then the shit hits the fan, this could be bad news.
All I know is we're going to have to do this again because, for a lot of us New England, Massachusetts folks that did not go out and, brave the storm, we got to get out there because 95% of the fish that we have in our waters are from 12 to 17 inches. Like this is our home field.
Yeah. It was
home
made
field
for
advantage.
Us. It's like, come on, guys. I forget where Ryan, well, I don't know where he was fishing necessarily. I forget where Ryan Stager is based out of, if he's local or if he's a little further east.
I'm not sure.
But, he had one hell of a day. We're going to go through, obviously, and figure this out. So we'll have results for you from this tournament with the next episode of Jigs and Bigs. But, it was awesome. Thank you to everybody who jumped in and participate. Appreciate that. You guys are absolutely awesome. You got out there, you killed it. We got some folks that are winning a little bit of money. We had 102 entries, which was, I think, had we had the full, we only had half of the people that entered fishing today. If we had all of them, I think we would have been looking at probably well over 300 entries.
Oh, I agree.
I think so. Agree. It would have been bananas. It would have been bananas. Damn.
Next time,
indeed. So my week, because that didn't go so great, was I drove home. I was about an hour and 15 minutes away from home. I called my wife and I said, look, I think what we should do is one of our favorite things to do on like a Saturday afternoon or a Sunday afternoon, if we've got the time, is we will go out to one of our favorite bars and post up at the bar, order a few rounds of cocktails, and just snack on some appetizers. We'll do it before it gets crowded, before people start coming in like crazy, and it's nice, it's quiet, it's fun, all kinds of good stuff. We went out today, and we had 5 different cocktails from this one specials menu at one of our spots called the Hideaway. And I had 2 bourbon drinks. One of them was called Rye and Rye Not, I think. And it was, and then the other one was called a John Doe, which was awesome. That one had like chocolate bitters that just like right at the end kind of hit you. It was like kind of citrus forward as far as being a bright sort of lemon cocktail. And then out of nowhere, you got like these sort of complex chocolate bitters in the background that was kind of interesting. And then we had some snacks and we called it a day. So when we were on the ride home, that's when, Joe, when you messaged me and you're like, yeah, when you want to do this? And I'm like, well, I'm a few rounds in already. This could be a good time. Let's go ahead and do this.
It's funny because I was like, well, I'm a few deep too because I was having those bourbon lemonades, making up some bourbon lemonades. Jesus, see, while I was cleaning up the garage. So
now, what do you use for a mixed drink like that for your bourbon? Because I know that you have good taste in bourbon.
Yeah, so I usually. That's a great question.
You're not using like Whistle Pig in those.
Oh God, no. Yeah. No. I usually holy crap, I'm drawing a blank. Starts with an R. Redemption's great. Yeah, I use Redemption as a mixer. I'm a kind of a snob. I very rarely will you see me using Jack or something like that. I have it for like when I have a lot of people over.
When you're making,
I'll sneak the Redemption or whatever into mine and then mix theirs with the Jack. You know what I mean? Because Redemption still isn't a super cheap,
No, definitely not
either. But it's an unfortunate thing, and it's funny because I have a guy in town, local guy in town, little dive liquor store, Indian guy, and he has a great selection of like high-end whiskeys. Oh, really? And he knows me as being, a kind of a whiskey snob. So it's like, oh my God, I've gone in there and spent, $100, $300 on a bottle like a few times. I'm like, dude, I was like, stop ordering me. Like, because he knows I'm going to buy them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like you got to try them. It's like Pokemon. You got to catch them all.
Yeah, I got the Whistle Pig 12 year last time. Yeah.
So I had for my wife and I, our 10-year anniversary. This is pre-COVID.
Yep.
Friend of ours, he has great taste in booze. And he gave my wife and I each our preferred style of liquor. You know, she's a gin drinker, I'm a whiskey drinker.
Yeah.
And he was like, nope, this you're gonna love it. And what he gave me was a bottle of that Whistle Pig 12. Now, I saved that for a special occasion. You know what that special occasion was?
What's that?
The panic of the COVID shutdown. When I had nothing to do but drink, and I drank more whiskey. I drank like I was 22 again.
Yeah.
I bet a bunch of people did that.
Yeah, it was not rare. It was not rare. You ever get, Joe, when it comes to whiskeys, you ever get into the Japanese stuff at all?
That's so funny. I just bought a bottle a few months ago.
Yep.
I like it a lot. It was my first Japanese whiskey. I couldn't tell you the name of it right now. I'll have to shoot you a text of it later.
Yeah.
But it was a little higher. It was a little pricey, a little higher. I got it from my dude.
Your guy,
but, I like it.
There are some folks that swear by it. I don't know that I've ever had it.
Oh man, I'll have to give you a little sampling, but in most of that high end shit that I have, I'll only drink it like on the rocks. I won't mix it with it. Wicked quick funny story. We had some friends over and I had Jefferson Ocean. I forget which one, but it was one of the price. It was probably like a $70 bottle of whiskey.
Yeah.
And we had a bunch of friends over and we were mixing drinks and we're fucking shattered. And I see Meg mixing drinks with that.
Oh no.
Killed that whole bottle. I was like, oh my God.
Yep.
It
happens.
It was one of the number ones with like the actual ship information that they age it, which ship they aged it on and stuff like that. So I was like, well.
So we might have an in. Binya just said that Whistle Pig is made, which I knew. Whistle Pig is from Vermont. He goes, Whistle Pig's made about 20 minutes from my house. They used to sponsor the softball team. Let's make something happen here, Binya. You know what I mean?
For real.
Maybe what we'll do is we'll have a little, I wouldn't use that in barbecue sauce. It's too good. But maybe we'll barbecue some meats, make some backyard meats while drinking some Whistle Pig. And then everybody will just pass out in the backyard, You know
what, Bobby? I think we need to do that soon. I'll have it in my house. I'll kick on the smoker.
Joe's gonna pass out in his bed though.
Yep.
Yeah.
I had a 4th of July party when I was like 25 when I first bought this house.
Yep.
And I have not a ton, but I have a few acres here and like almost 5 acres, and most of it's woods in the back.
Oh, nice.
I still find beer cans from that party.
I believe it. I believe it, man. Yeah. Classics. And you're just like, oh, yeah, I remember this.
Yeah. Draco, my dog, came out with a bottle cap from that a couple weeks ago. I was like,
no shit.
My God. I was like, it's fucking 12 years ago. I'm going to send the kids out there with the metal detectors to get it all.
So you saw the aftermath, Joe, the interview I had with Josh and Zach.
Yes.
The aftermath with the
yes.
It looked like I didn't know this. I didn't get to see this because I had one beer. It was a double IPA while we were having our recording. They turned the camera on and took a picture and sent it in the Dark Horse Tackle Jigs and Bigs collab group chat.
Yeah.
It's that serious, guys. We've got a group chat going. No big.
But it looked like a saloon.
Yep.
The floor of a saloon, just cans of, granted, the thing that made it different than a saloon was that these were all spiked seltzers. But, hey, I get it. You know what I mean?
Those catch up too, man.
They
Those
do.
catch up too.
They do. It's worse if you're a seltzer drinker. Like, I think I make up for probably 30% of at least 1/4 of Polar Seltzer's income. I drink seltzer all the time.
Yeah, we drink it a lot too.
Yeah.
That's what our kids think soda is.
Oh, you're so lucky. Oh, you're so lucky.
That's great.
Yeah. You're doing it right, Joe. Like, can I have a soda?
Yep. So it's funny, but so let's. I'm going to talk about that collab group chat real quick.
Yeah.
Just so everyone knows, these are the kind of guys that Josh and Zach are, in this group. Like, this is like a group chat that we started that these guys are just like two of the boys. Like,
100%.
It's not just like all business and stuff. There's probably been a tiny little percentage where we actually talk a little bit of business, and the rest is just like you're talking to your dudes. Like, these guys are phenomenal. I can't wait. I wasn't in the interview. I can't wait to hear it myself. Because they're just so down to earth. They're just such awesome dudes. Like, it's so funny because I'll like get out of work and I'll catch up. It's like it'll take me 20 minutes to read everything, and I'm just laughing my ass off, just seeing what people are doing. But it's it's great. I'm really excited. I'm really excited for what the future holds with us.
I am too. I'm stoked. And I think it's funny because I have just a different time of day, because I'll be doing one of my shows during the week, and you and Sean and Zach and Josh, you're going back and forth talking about all kinds of stuff. Yep. And then once we started talking music, and Zach let it slip that he's a blues guy, I'm like, oh, I've got a brother from another mother.
Well, it's funny because you guys did like an hour of music, and I'm not. I have not hidden it. I love music, but I'm not like into it. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I totally understand.
So I don't know a ton about it, but I'm like, the first thing I said was like, oh my fuck, you guys are talking music already. I'm out.
It was freaking priceless, man. Oh, goodness. Oh, by the way, speaking of music, I've had no less than about 24 listeners reach out and tell me, I fucking killed that Divorce Dad playlist. Oh my God, it was awesome. If you guys like that, I'll go ahead and do that, because I haven't gotten flagged for it because we were talking through it. Yeah. So I think we might be able to get away with it. If you guys like that, we could fool around with that every once in a while. If I have a round that works, we'll have a little bit of fun with it. It could be interesting. Shit, maybe I'll do some specialty ones just for jigs and bigs.
For those of you who don't know, the end of last week's show.
And there we go. There's Jay. Play this has been stuck in my head.
Bobby gave myself and Tony from Fresh Baits a little music trivia, and it was pretty good. It was
you guys funny. Did just fine with it, though. I think you each. If I went back and looked at it, I'll bet you probably each got 3 or 4 of them right out of the 10. Yep. That's not too bad, It's like, but like with me, it's like, oh my God, like I've been listening to this song for a bajillion fucking years, but I can think of the band. I don't know. That's my thing. I know the bands. Yeah. I don't know song names. And that's how I found most people are. It's one or the other. They're like, sometimes I'll think I'm going easy on folks. Like I did one last year where it was just name the band. It was a list of like, what's Bobby listening to lately? And it went everywhere from like the Dead to like the Pixies to like, I mean, all types of crazy genres everywhere. And oddly enough, even though I thought it was a really diverse playlist, I got the same kind of reaction that I got from my parents when I was a kid. Everything you listen to sounds the same. And I'm like, really? You think that Helmet and Rival Schools and The Dead and R.L. Burnside sound alike?
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
Yep.
But
I think maybe for me too, it's like I have such a broad taste in music. It's too much for me to remember.
Yeah, it really is. And it's funny because Kris is also a DJ. Like he dabbles in produces actual electronic music. I go and I make drunk people dance. That's easy. Right. Kris does something different. Kris is an artist. I'm a facilitator. You know what I mean? That's what it is.
You're not wrong.
I'm not wrong.
My mixes are never, but mine's electronic music, so the music, it never ends for 1 to like however many plethora of hours.
Exactly.
There's never a break. It's just transitions, multiple layers, things like that.
Where I thought about that. It's so funny you say that, Kris, because when I was doing my wedding on Saturday, I was like, man, I'm constructing this almost like I would back when I was playing live music. Putting together a set list. We're gonna go up high, and we're gonna go up even higher after that, and then we're gonna give them a break as a reprieve, and then and it's crazy when you look at that. Fish in the Stick says RL. Hell yeah, dude! Oh my God, we have so much shit coming up that we just need to keep straight for 2024, and it's gonna blow you away. Yeah. I mean, the Dark Horse Tackle thing is the kickoff right from the get-go, but we have events that we want to do that are going to be out of this world. And I think you guys are, especially the jig heads, are going to be so jazzed for all this stuff. As long as we can get things to work out the right way, Man, it's going to be good. It is going to be good.
Hell yeah.
We are coming up on an hour already.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead.
quick.
Move it on.
Yeah, let's go ahead. We'll go ahead and wrap this segment right here. We've got in segment 2, we got a couple things we got to talk about. You know, in the weather and Mother Nature is definitely going to be a part of that. We got a little extra FTG that I want to throw in there, and this is just straight douchebaggery. Like the story I'm going to tell you guys, this happened Tuesday night, and I remember I texted Sean about it right afterwards, and I was like, "Well, I got an FTG," and it just dawned on me as I was going through my week. So I think you guys are going to get a kick out of this. And then, I don't know, Jigheads, while you're in the chat right now, how are you on a scale of 1 to 10? Where are you with the Tokyo rig? That's what I want to know in the break. When we come back for Bait of the Week, we're going to be talking about the Tokyo rig. We're going to find out what our feelings are with it, our experience levels are with it, and kind of play around a bit. And we'll see you guys in a bit. Don't go too far. More Jigs and Bigs coming up right after this. Jigs and Bigs wants to take a moment to say thank you to our partners for helping us continue to push the limits of our fishing adventures and bring you amazing long-form content. For all your premium kayak needs, we partner with Three Bells Outfitters, located along Smith Cove in Niantic, Connecticut. Three Bells is your go-to location for kayaks and accessories from Hobie, Native, Bonafide, Jackson, Yak Attack, Naqua, Boondocks, Burley Pro, and many more. Financing options are available to upgrade you and your kayak fishing experience. White glove delivery service is also available. Visit threebellsoutfitters.com for more info, and don't forget to tell them that Jigs and Bigs sent you. When it comes to high-quality polarized sunglasses, we've partnered with Torres. They provide stylish sunglasses in a variety of frames that are light and fit comfortably on your face. The polarization cuts glare and allows you to see the whole picture, helping you identify what's below the water's surface. They have a 60-day risk-free trial, lifetime warranty, and free shipping. Plus, you can save yourself 10% with the code JIGSandBigs10 at checkout. Visit Torres.com to check out their selection. That's www.torege.com. Again, we cannot thank our partners enough for their support. Please consider supporting them and supporting the show in the same process. Thanks. Hey guys, Bobby Roast Beef here from Jigs and Bigs. You know, if there's one thing I can't stand spending money on, it's on something that's not versatile, something that I can't get a lot of use out of. I want to talk to you about Frost Buddy. What Frost Buddy is it's one of those can coolers. I've seen these before. In fact, I have some that are limited to only fitting one specific size of can, like a standard 12-ounce can. I stumbled onto Frost Buddy, and I was blown away with it. So versatile. Fits standard cans, tall cans, slim cans, and even 12-ounce bottles. And the magic is the insert fits all of these items in various stages within the insert. And when you take that out, you can fit a full 16-ounce tall boy can. In fact, it even doubles down on being versatile with the coffee lid. And on my recent trip to Chickamauga, I had a field day with this thing. I was throwing beer cans in it. I'd have coffee in the morning. On the drive, I was throwing in all different sizes of cans for different canned coffee products to keep me awake on the long drive back. The thing was amazing. So I recommend you check out Frost Buddy. If you're in the market for either a travel cup for your coffee or a can cooler at all, either one of those, check it out. For the money, you cannot go wrong. What I've done is this. In the show notes for this podcast you're listening to right now, if you look there, you'll find a link to Frost Buddy where you can get yours. And not only can you go and get your Frost Buddy there, but you can help out the show as well. Go and visit that link in the show notes to this podcast. Check out a Frost Buddy. Tons of colors, tons of patterns, all kinds of great stuff. And it's a great spot to put your Jigs and Big sticker too. Take it from me, Bobby Roast Beef. You're going to get the most versatility out of this one product, probably out of anything you're ever going to buy, especially for anything that you're drinking. Frost Buddy. It works for me. I'm a happy guy.
Bobby and Sean now have a special presentation for us all. They'd like to give everyone just the tip.
Man, that's exactly what we're here to do. Give you guys just the tip, and we have one hell of a tip just for you. What we have this week is a little discussion about what to do when Mother Nature kind of puts you over a barrel here and screws things up. When the weather, the conditions are unsafe, or there's something going on and you're not able to get on the water. So, Joe, why don't you go ahead and jump into it? You go ahead and I'll riff off of you, even if we need it.
Yeah. So, big thing for me is, in a big, piece of advice, big tip I have for you guys is if you get into this lull where you're unable to fish just due to weather, severe weather, whatever, and you're just kind of getting frustrated and down, use this time productively. What I do is, I will re-rig all my baits. I will go into my little workshop here and I will just check all my reels, all my line. I just perform maintenance. I'll sit here and I'll watch videos, see if there's any new techniques I want to try. Or I'll bring up the maps. I'll study up on bodies of water around here. So you're still able to, get your hands on the line. You know what I mean? So work on your baits, work on your reels, do that preventive maintenance that you might not do in between otherwise. Don't waste the time. Obviously, if you're changing, you're like, I'll go spend time with my family instead. I always promote that. That always comes first. But
sure.
No, if you're just looking to get your hands on your rod, on your reels, on your line, on your baits, on your lures, whatever, do so. You can do it. This is a time to, like we talked about, I think it was last week, where retie your knots. You like me, I leave all my shit on. So I'll check my knots. I'll retie. I'll check and make sure I got no kinks or anything in my line and my reels. Just perform that maintenance. Yep. It sucks. I hate that I'm not able to get out there. But I use the time wisely.
I would say that's a really good point. And I'll tell you one thing specifically I often find myself overlooking. Like sometimes I'll be out fishing and I'm like, oh yeah, I got to add some line to this spool. It's getting really low. Like, I can see that knot to my backing is starting to get a little bit visible or something where it's, it's time. Right. That's a good opportunity. I did that recently when I had a day where I was just like, I'm not going to fish today. And I took that day and I ran out and I grabbed some fluorocarbon and I stripped off the old stuff and refilled it so it was fresh and I had something good to go to. Because this way, when you're in a situation where you're either taking a trip where you're traveling to it and you don't want to waste your time doing this stuff while you're there, it creates more time for fishing. Or if you're in a competitive situation, you don't want to make that cast and go like, oh shit, I'm running low on this spool. Those little stupid kind of things that you're like, it's a good way to turn a negative into a positive really quickly by handling some of that maintenance. Yeah, I like that. What about you, Chris? You have any suggestions that people can do to kind of like, when Mother Nature takes a shit on your fishing plans? Like what do you think that people should do?
I don't know as if I can suggest more so as I can say my own personal experience, and maybe somebody can feed off of that. But first and foremost, it's like Joe, or maybe you said, line maintenance. And I really like what Joe said, because I do that as well. I'll study Google Maps. I'll study maybe Fish Brain, and I'll compare stuff like on water sources that I don't know very much or I really want to hit. I'll open up Navionics. Big thing I love to do is open up Navionics. It's cheap to buy. So you can just run it on your computer or on your smartphone or whatever it is.
Oh yeah. And
then put that next to, whatever maybe depth maps that existed already from the state. And then like Joe said, so that's kind of what I generally would do if I didn't have what I personally do, which is making wooden baits, MTL baits. That's my thing. Once the weather's junk, I get out there and I can get physically involved. Yeah. Putting myself, my fishing feelings into making a wooden fishing lure. And then somebody got just the other day, 21.5 inch, 5 pounds, 9 ounces on something I spent hours on in my wood shop, and of course I have to pay, take money for that.
Sure.
But the gratification is somebody else gets a catch on that bait. So that's what I do. I'll take some time and then I'll head into the shop and think about those moments, and they happen more often lately. So
that's awesome. That is, I will never forget.
So stay creative.
Yeah, 100%. And you know what? Actually, there's a lot of people in fishing too that if the weather fucking takes a shit on something, take that opportunity and create some content. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everybody talks about, oh, I hate editing. I don't want to do this. Make a handful of reels,
day.
create a folder, and put some TikToks or reels in a folder that you can use on a day where you're like, I got nothing. But when you got some time,
I do that.
Yeah.
I do that as well. Yeah.
I
I need to get better at it. But yes.
But it's one of those things. It's just like, whether it's working on your craft, like prepping for a tournament, looking at maps or gear maintenance or something, or if you're in a situation like Kris is where he's creating baits, that's a great way to kind of just transition that effort into something that's still positive for fishing. Same thing with me. Like when I've got nothing going on, sometimes that's where you'll hear like new shit pop up on the show. Hasn't happened in a while, but like maybe I'll change an open or I'll add something to the show or tweak a little something or maybe it doesn't even have to do with the production necessarily of the show, but I'll start reaching out to other guests or whatever it might be to try to build something there. So there's a whole lot. There's more going on, I think, than when you just can't necessarily fish. And now, oh man, I'm fired up about this.
Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy.
So, when in the pre-production meeting for today's show, we were like, oh yeah. We really don't have like an FTG. Nobody called or left us anything. And actually I will be releasing a phone number very soon where you guys will be able to call in from your phones and leave a longer message about an FTG as it comes up. So that is going to be running in a spot that you guys will be hearing in the next few episodes. Just like if you have an FTG, we want to know about it. We're also going to take that audio and use it for a reel as well. But this is what I want to talk about here. Mother Nature can go fuck itself.
God, for real.
If I feel, who I really feel bad for right now in the last like 2 weeks?
Vermont.
River fishermen.
Oh yeah, in general.
Oh man.
If that's your bread and butter, like that's your preferred way to go out and fish, man, I got to tell you, I was coming back today from up the Shears, and I was coming along a very, very small river in Hampshire County, and this river looked like it was straight up Nestle Quick White River rafting adventure. Like it was scary. The rollers that were, it was insane. And it fucked everything up for so many people. Water levels are crazy high.
Yeah. Even for the Connecticut out by you.
Oh my God.
You got fucking docks. Insane. You got docks floating down that are breaking loose, floating down the river. I've been hearing rumors. I was just gonna say, I've been hearing rumors that there's boats attached to some of them.
I saw
the pictures.
A house that I pass often that is on the Connecticut River that has, I guess it's probably from the foundation, from the basement. Like there's a stairway that comes down to the dock. That dock, there's like 2 stairs. There normally is like 20. It's ridiculous how high the water is in the Connecticut right now. It doesn't look like the same river. It really doesn't. It's nuts.
And like I said, the problem I'm coming up to now is even the lake I did fish this week. The docks are under the water.
Yeah.
And a lot of the docks that the people have, they're metal docks that are secured into the water, but they have almost like laminate boarding as the actual dock material. And the boarding has washed up and washed away. So now they just have the skeleton of the docks, and you're finding the boards randomly throughout the lake. It's not. Quabog, Bobby, you're familiar with.
Oh yeah.
That road leading to the boat ramp there. If you're coming up from like Route 9, like by the clam box and stuff, like that's maybe it did, but it's about to flood over the road.
That's crazy.
It's absolutely insane. It's just. Like for me, it's now I'm getting to the point where I'm not even going to be able to launch my boat because of how, usually the problem I run into is the water level is too low. So I have an issue launching my boat.
Exactly.
It's tomato, I guess.
It is a friggin' pain in the ass, but I hope you guys are ready.
I got story time.
I can't wait.
So Tuesday, after I wrapped up fishing, okay, I get home. I put together that little unboxing piece for Dark Horse Tackle. I get that posted. Then I've got to jump in the shower, get ready because I've got to work that night. So I'm on my way, and I made the decision. There's construction on one of the highways near me, and it's just a giant pain in the ass to get on this highway. You have to like go downtown. It's just a mess. So I opted to take another highway, which is one would think is a little out of the way, but I jump on 91 direct. And I'm coming down 91 South, and I just get into West Springfield, and I'm in the, it's like I'm a mass hole. I'm a Massachusetts driver. Stay left, go fast. That's our motto, And I'm in the left lane. I'm just moving, and I see this giant. And when I say giant, like you guys know the Nissan Titans, they're enormous trucks. Like
they're big trucks.
They're huge,
Sizable.
and I see this one big Nissan Titan flying down the center lane. It's got a like a utility trailer on the back that's got the lift gate up.
Yep.
And with the, let me try and give you guys some sort of a visual here. So if this hand right here is the lift gate going up and down, there was an inflatable, like a guide boat, like you would use like on the Swift River, like this with the ass end of it sticking up over the lift gate. This guy driving this truck gives zero fucks. In fact, I'll tell you when I passed him what I saw. I go and I'm probably about 3 car lengths away from him, 4 maybe, and I see this boat start to shimmy and just take off, probably like 3 stories in the air. The boat goes flying. It wasn't strapped down at all. I think they just put this thing in there. A boat they could have deflated and put inside the truck, they just left in the back of this trailer. It wasn't strapped down at all. It goes flipping right up, and then the wind took it and just lifted it so high. It came down like after I went past it. I thought it was going to land on me. It was ridiculous. I'm like, okay, we'll figure this out. What am I going to do? I got traffic behind me. I'm not going to stop. So I just keep going. It lands behind me. I see it in the mirror. I'm like, you've got to be shitting me. This asshole just cuts into the right lane to try to pull over as fast as he can. And I see him. He's wearing this pink polo shirt with the collar up. Like Kyle clearly had Dad's truck and Dad's boat, and Dad was going to kill him.
Kyle, you son of a bitch.
And my God, it's just... The lack of awareness just blows my mind. Yeah. So to Kyle.
Fuck you, Kyle. Fuck you and your Nissan Titan.
Fucking Kyle.
Take that, Kyle.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the FTG I wanted to bring to the table. Like if there's a lesson to be learned, it's like, check your straps. Make sure that whatever you're carrying is secure. On. Yeah. Have an idea.
Anything?
I can only, but like, what was the conversation? They put this thing in there like, okay, cool. So you have like ratchet straps or something like that, or we're going to like, secure this thing. And he's like, no, it'll be fine. We could deflate this boat, roll it up and put it inside the truck so nothing can happen to it.
Nah, it'll be fine.
That's what we have the trailer for.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I didn't just buy this trailer for nothing. Right. I'm not going to spend the coin on some torque straps here. Oh, you dumb bastards. You silly sons of bitches. And that's what brought us to Bait of the Week.
Chicks and Pigs. Bait of the Week.
We are making such good time. Bait of the Week this week, Joe suggested, was the Tokyo rig. And I had looked up the origins. I wasn't 100% sure on the origin. Obviously, I had a feeling from the name that maybe it's from Japan, and it is. The origins of the Tokyo rig are Japanese, as the name suggests. It reportedly, though, gained fame on the waters of Lake Biwa, the famed Lake Biwa, where the world record tying bass was caught. It seems to be a derivative of the Jika rig, which appeared around 2009. Now, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think what really separates the Tokyo rig from the Jika rig is that the Tokyo rig is pretty much just all hardware, and you select the weight that you want to use for it.
Sure.
In my past experiences, I always kind of thought that the arm that you attach the weight to was the weight you were supposed to use. So I've never attached a weight to these things. And I'm like, this thing sucks. I was fishing with Delirious.
Fucking picking up weeds.
Yeah. Like, this thing fucking sucks.
Poking the fish right in the fucking eyeball.
It's like you've got like a Texas rigged craw or a creature on there, and you're like, that's awesome. It's got nunchucks.
Mother of God.
So Joe, you've been tinkering with Tokyo rigs.
Yeah, I've been dabbling with it. Just
Nice.
kind of, a big thing. I like to try new techniques,
Yep.
and when it comes to finesse, this is kind of like a power finesse technique.
Yeah.
I kind of just been dragging it and kind of popping it around grass mats, but just basically talk about what it is. So the Tokyo rig, it's basically just like an EWG hook. I don't know the size of the one I have right here. I use, it's size 1. So I use VMC, already has it set up for you. Has the wire attached to it. I don't know if you guys can see this, but
Oh yeah.
yep. So it's I actually have one rigged up here. So basically it's almost like a power drop shot. Except instead of having the weight being separated by the line, you actually have it directly to the hook. So if you guys can kind of see that right there, and it's split ring, and then it has your swivel. That's real tough, but it has your swivel right there. This is a wicked big weight. It's the only one I could find close to me right now. It's like an ounce and a half.
That'll do.
Yeah, but I typically do like half ounce. So basically what you do is you just slip this on, and you just slip this onto that wire, and you just bend the wire over the weight.
Yep.
Holds it in there, and it's
how you can change the weight out too after.
Yep, exactly. So
That's
you just
kinda
unbend
cool.
it, and you can change the weight out quickly.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a great new technique to try, especially if you like finesse fishing. If you're sick of dropping shaky heads, or just running, or if you're just running just a Texas rig with like a worm weight or something. It's a different profile, and I can tell you this right now. I shouldn't be saying it, but I'm going to. This is not a profile that's used much around here in comparison to a lot of the other techniques that are used. So if it's real slow, where you're at, give it a try. And I just threw a stick bait on here. That's actually the old school Hooks at Hoodlums stick bait.
Yep.
That's what I had close. But I actually, a lot of times I'll put like a creature bait or something on there. Kind of get those arms popping, and it basically, this thing, that weight is on the bottom, and this thing's just kind of up there, what's that, 1.5 inches off, just kind of floating. So it's good for hard rock bottoms. It's good for deep water if they're sitting low, but you don't want to throw an actual like drop shot down there.
Yep.
A lot of good. You can punch mats with this thing.
I was just gonna say, I've heard of people punching and flipping with it.
Yeah, you can flip, punch mats. You can. It has a lot of different places. There's a lot of different places to use this. It's extremely versatile. So I definitely recommend, if you haven't tried it yet, give it a shot. See what it's at. Again, I use the VMC pre-rigged. I mean, I've never tried to, make my own or whatnot, but I use a VMC pre-rigged Finesse Nico.
Yeah.
They call it the Finesse Nico because the hook's actually a Nico hook. But yeah.
Gotcha.
That's what I got for the Tokyo rig.
That's pretty awesome, man. Yeah, I've the one that I've got is it's also a VMC. I usually, when I'm trying something out, I buy a handful of them. So I've got them because I'm probably going to lose this at some point or another.
Sure.
And if I want to continue experimenting, I want to have some as a backup to use. And mine are all EWG and pretty large, like a 4/0, I think.
Okay.
Good size
Holy
EWG.
cow.
Yeah.
That's big.
And yeah, it really is. And that's why, I think, I forget what I was throwing on there. I think it was some kind of a craw, like the full length craw is what I was using. And again, I'm like, that would work a whole lot better if I was putting a weight on there. And I'll bet you with your more buoyant plastics, it's even more effective for dragging.
Right.
Right. That's got to be pretty awesome. I'll bet you with like a curly tail worm or something.
You guys haven't said the juice yet.
What's
that?
Juice?
You haven't said the juice. Are you giving away the juice or no?
Oh, we'll share the juice as long as everybody gets a taste.
3.3 to 3.8 inch Kitech.
That is also a phenomenal idea. Yeah, I haven't thrown that on there.
Oh
but,
my God, do that.
So-
Hold on, thank me later.
You know what's funny?
especially if they're being fucking finicky. That would be phenomenal.
Yeah, use the right color profile depending on your lake, whatever you're in. If they got more perch, pay attention. If they got more, shaddy, white types of things, whatever the color they like. But oh yeah, that's the juice.
It's funny because I have found that using one of those fat impact style Kitechs,
specifically the fat impact.
Oh,
yes.
definitely. I've found that using those on like a wobbly football head jig is highly effective.
You can use it in any way. I use them on jackhammers. Jackhammer, it's the only trailer I'll use.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, some people use craws. I've used craw. I don't have. Some hammers have great luck putting craws on their jackhammers.
Yeah,
and that's great. I just for some reason I can't do it. But I put the Kitech, the 3.3 or the 3.8 inch, and it's lights out. If you do just the ball head and you wanted to go a bigger size, you go to the 4.8 or even a little bit bigger, and that's also money.
Oh yeah. It's funny, man, because like for me, the juice this year has been using those like 5-inch swim baits on my swim jigs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Say that again?
The big 5-inch swim baits.
Oh, on your swim jigs?
On my swim jigs. Oh man.
Yeah.
It's just it's just the ideal pairing for the secondary action of that skirt just kind of undulating. Oh. Out of this world. I love it. There was one thing I was going to talk about before we go to break here, and it was it's the.
I have another thing real quick after you're done, Bobby.
Jump in.
No, after you're done.
Is it bait of the week related or?
Kind of.
Go ahead.
But no, so one thing we haven't mentioned that happened this past week.
Oh, did I forget? What happened this week?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's, iCast.
Oh God.
Oh, that's
Here
right.
we go.
Yeah.
So no. I'm not one of these iCast junkies, but I love seeing what I
of course
what I'm going to be spending my dollars on coming up. So no, I'm just mentioning that iCast did happen. So go on, check out, see what you think, and if there's anything crazy, hit me up on Instagram or something. We'll talk about it.
New Corrado
next week.
New Corrado.
I did see that.
Yeah, which means
the controversy.
That I've heard, but
Okay.
that means that the old ones are on clearance.
Huh?
Same.
The Corrado.
Yeah, the old ones.
Oh,
guess what else is on clearance? Stratic.
Yeah, the Stratic. Yeah, Stratic. That's a new one too. Yep. And Shimano now has fluoro.
Yep.
And I was just listening to Andrew Hayes on Tackle Talk talking with Gussie, who is Shimano, sponsored by Shimano. That's right. He gave his feedback on their fluoro, and he's like, I'm a Seagar guy. That's what I would buy, but it's okay. It's solid.
So it's performing well.
Yeah.
I wonder if they have 20-pound. They must.
I'll bet you they do.
I'm sure.
I think enough people are throwing.
Give it a whirl, and I will report back.
Yeah, I think there's enough people that are in there fooling around and getting kind of crazy with it. But yeah,
swim bait line.
And then let's just throw another plug out there for Tackle Talk. so
Andrew's a man.
He's awesome. I actually, you know what? I need to just get him in the beef seat and just he and I have a conversation. Yep, and I think it'd be awesome. I think it'd be it's overdue.
Write the note down.
He did post a meme that I thought was absolutely great. And it was a bunch of different baits. I think Missile was one. I think Berkeley was one. Like a couple of different things. And it was like the crying like meme guy. And it goes, all of these baits are, they're copycats of whatever. And then there's another one that's a forward-facing sonar. And it's the same crying guy. And it's like, this is ruining fishing. It should be outlawed. And that's been apparently, I guess, the big buzz.
It's touchy.
It really is.
Joe, did you see the controversial thing with Berkeley?
With the mag draft?
The call shed.
Well, it's the flag or whatever. But I guess it's also considered from Gamecraft or something.
Yes.
But it's a direct compy.
Oh yeah,
Berkeley's been doing a lot of that lately. I think we could have a whole show on that.
I think that's always been their MO. But like, there's a plus side. Like
the old guys are getting the influx of sales.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. But
Big time for some
the plus side to it is that like a lot of the stuff that they've been kind of riffing on is like JDM, which is very, very, very challenging to be able to track down inventory over here. You know, like it's it takes, you got to put in the work to get it. And I understand why people are like, I have those baits, they're hard to find, blah, 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 blah. And from what I understand, it's like companies who do that, who will take that influence and start basically creating their own off of that. Like they're basically making it more affordable and more readily available. So like, why get so upset about it?
Yep. And like we've talked about a million times, and like Andrew always says, you can only reinvent the wheel so many times.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
exactly.
Oh yeah, I got crap with a few of my baits. So
it happens. So, you know,
maybe we'll I'll do some studying up, and we'll talk about a couple things that came out of there last week.
Definitely, maybe that would be a good bait of the week. Next week.
Yeah, let's do that.
That's a great idea. I like that idea a lot. But now let's go ahead and shift gears, because I haven't been able to do this. We're talking about changing this. I meant to talk about the standings for the multi-species tournament in the first segment, but I forgot. So I'm going to take advantage and use these, because I have never had the opportunity to talk over the drums like this. And I'm going to see if I can finish this this leaderboard right now and go over it. So just so everybody's aware, all of these numbers, these inches that we're going to go over as far as who's, you know, how many points folks have, what the tie looks like, the order. Some of these fish are not official. We put a good dent into judging a lot of them, but we're really only halfway through the month right now. So let's go ahead. We're going to start down here at the bottom. We have, with 1 point, we have 3 folks that are tied up at 1 point. We got Scott Wood, we've got Timmy Bender, and we've got Elise Noel on the board now. So she's doing some multi-species stuff as well. We got 2 points. Vidal by himself at 2 points. We have a 3-way tie at 3 points. We've got Sam Cruz. We've got Dalton Albright and Todd Dyer. They're all at 3 points. Zach Ekberg and Jeremiah Savely, they're at 4 points tied up. Now 5 has another 3-way tie. Timmy Jakes, Chrissy Radwilowitz, and Thomas Monahan, they are all tied up at 5 points. 6 points. We have a 5-way tie. 6 points. We've got Brant Rowland. We've got Josh Belanger, Cheryl Bentley, Hunter Cummins is there at 6 points, and Binya, Mike Hansen. Your boy, Bobby Roast Beef, solo at the 7-point mark. We got John Thompson at 8, along with Jerry Howes, Nelson DaCosta also. 3-way tie at 8 points right there. We have 3 of you that are tied in 9 points. We've got Ryan Breen, John Hagens, and Todd Sefton, 9 points. Nice job, Todd. And then in first place right now, Stephen Galloway, 11 points. 11 points right now. So some of us have some work to do, but it can be done. We got a couple weeks left. Pay attention and just keep in mind, guys, it's great if you have a lunker in a category. It really is. It's fantastic. But what really, really counts, get those multi-species. Check as many of them off as you can. That is awesome. I'm having so much fun with this. I really, really, really am having so much fun with this.
I gotta get in there.
Binya chimes in and he says, I caught a perch today. I went to put it in the net to get it measured and dropped it next to the net instead of in it. I hate when that shit happens, dude.
Oh.
Yeah, I hate when that shit. And he's right. He says right after, he's like, I was just so tired from fishing all day. Like, yeah, you do dumb shit. You're like, oh yeah, here we go. Great. Like, or I'll try to boat flips, a good size fish on my finesse gear. And what am I doing?
Yep.
And it might suck in the moment, but it actually sucks 10 times worse as you reflect
later.
Back on it.
Oh my God.
Oh man.
Yeah. I lost a big one, Chris, on like 2 weeks ago because I didn't retie. I had my line was frayed and I just was stupid. And this fish was close enough to the boat and went broadside. I knew what I was dealing with, and God, it hurts more now than it did then.
Yep. Yeah, guilty. I could give you dozens. We could have a whole show on lost fish.
That might be a thing come Christmas time.
Seriously.
We might do
Oh,
a
my
show that's just all about the fails.
Yeah,
Celebrating
we're
them
gonna have to.
all. That could be a
I
good
got
one.
plenty. I got plenty.
I say it all the time. Like, the hardest thing about telling a story about a fail is choosing where to start. You know?
Yep.
Bananas. Anybody got anything else they want to chime in on before we take a break and we wrap this show up?
Nope.
All right.
I can't think of none.
I think we're doing pretty good. Guys, we will see you in about 2 minutes. More from Jigs and Bigs coming up after this. And we've got, buckle up because this is one hell of an interview. We've got Josh and Zach from Dark Horse Tackle. We're talking about our partnership with them. We're talking about how the company is growing and the changes that are coming. And we also get into fishing, of course, and tell some really, really fantastic stories. This was an absolute delight to have a conversation with them. And it's happening. I'm going out their way and we're going to fish at some point soon. So get ready for that. It should be a good time. We'll see you guys in a bit. Don't go too far. Much more Jigs and Bigs coming up right after this. Hey guys, I often get a lot of really good feedback about my beard. Lots of times people actually will ask about what I use for beard care products too. For a long time, it was nothing other than a brush. But things have changed and my beard is styled better and much healthier than it's ever been before. The main reason for this is that I started using beard care products from livebearded.com. Right now, I'm using Live Bearded's beard wash, the conditioner, oil, and the beard butter. I'm also using their bar soap too. In all in matching scents, I should add. The products are 100% natural and they don't leave your beard feeling weighted down or crusty. I've discovered livebearded.com on Instagram and ordered their sample pack of 6 different scents to figure out which one I like the best. I really enjoy the Gunslinger and American scents most. I've been using the sample kit and I really enjoy it, and I've upped it and gotten a full lineup of all their products in the scents that I like. I realized the level of quality that wasn't there in other products that I've tried before. It really did make a huge difference. So I've got a special offer for you. Visit livebearded.com and use my code ROASTBEEF, all one word with no spaces, and you'll receive a 10% discount on your order at checkout. Try the sampler kit for just $10 or go all out and get the full lineup of great products. There's kits available too, and they're great for gifts. And you can even sign up for a subscription. Save a little bit of money, and you'll also find that you won't run out of your favorite beard care products. Check out livebearded.com right now and use the promo code ROASTBEEF to save some cash and look like the epic beardsman you are. Jigs and Bigs is your favorite fishing podcast, right? Why not show the world how much you love the show while directly supporting us? We have men's and ladies' shirts, hoodies, and a variety of hats. We even have a waterproof outdoor Bluetooth speaker so you can listen to your favorite podcast while out on the water if you like. Check out jigsandbigs.com/shop to visit the store and gear yourself up. If you really can't get enough of this show, consider becoming a jighead and joining our Patreon. It's a subscription that gives you exclusive access to recording sessions that allow you to engage with us as we record the show. We also have some exclusive content there just for our jigheads and even have some special promo codes. Space is limited, so join now at jigsandbigs.com. Finally, if you're local to our area in Western Massachusetts, consider checking out the Western Mass Fishing Report, posted weekly at northeastwildwoman.com. We have amazing contributors providing great content and info for local conditions and what's been going on and working recently. Jigs and Bigs, so much more than just 2 lightly roasted hippies trapped in the 90s arguing on the internet about fishing. Guys, Bobby Roast Beef. Can you believe it? We've got folks in the beef seat. In fact, we have 2 people in the beef seat this week, guys. And it's a big one. You've heard the announcement that we made it already. And for segment 1 of the show, obviously, today we're joined with Josh and Zach from Dark Horse Tackle. And some of you guys listening to the show are thinking, Dark Horse Tackle. If you've listened for a long time, you're probably thinking to yourself, geez, I've heard Bobby say something about Dark Horse Tackle in the past. I feel like this is, am I having deja vu? No, you are not having deja vu. In fact, Dark Horse Tackle is sort of going through a rebirth. Is that the right way to word that, gentlemen?
That sounds great. I like rebirth.
I think that's good. You know, we have
Phoenix rising from the ashes.
Yes, I was just gonna go there. Oh, that is awesome.
Great minds, dude. Great minds.
So let's go ahead. We'll talk about it. So we got the two of you guys have had some previous involvement with Dark Horse Tackle in the past, either as, you know, in forms of like some remote type of operation or pro staffing or both in some cases. Let's kind of walk everybody through like the relationship. Like let's tell the story. You know, we'll go ahead. We'll get into it, and then we'll get all caught up with that, and we'll talk. We'll share some fishing stories.
I'm with it. So
I love it.
I'll start. Back in the episode that you had the old owner on. So Jason and we had basically been told by our first original owner of Dark Horse Tackle. He was like, "I'm just going to quit." And Jason texted me because like we were both kind of, you know, doing the deal. We were both helping the guy find baits and just doing the Dark Horse Tackle stuff, you know?
Yep.
The stuff I do every month, the stuff Zach does every month. And I was like, dude, we can't let this die. Like this design, the way this business operates, how unique it is, you know, people have tried. Nobody has successfully ran a subscription box for bass fishing gear made by small businesses in America.
Yeah.
And so Jason and I bought the business. And then it was, you know, it was good. It was good, but it kind of got, you know, it kind of started getting cheaper. It started getting a little, I don't know what exactly went on. And when I say I don't know, I am blocking things out of my head that are just not professional.
Sure. No, I get that for sure.
But no, I'm giving you like a short term, just a little, you know, nice spark notes, and then we can really dive into it.
Exactly.
But Jason wanted to walk away. He wanted to sell. And I told Jason, and we'll definitely get into this. I told Jason, sell it to Zach. Yeah. Because Zach was a pro staff member from day one of his first purchase. He made a purchase, made a post. I'm like, who is this guy? Got to figure out who this guy is.
Yeah.
He loved everything about the product, loved fishing, actually went fishing. And now here we are. We've been doing it, 8 months?
Yeah, we've been doing it since November of 2022.
No kidding.
Yep.
That's awesome. That is awesome. And I feel like that it's funny that, you know, that it's been that long. I feel like there was a turning point at the end of last year where I think there was more, I don't want to say like more buzz, but I feel like I was seeing more about Dark Horse Tackle and more people talking about it. And I don't know if it was, you know, were folks aware of what was going on, that this was kind of running under a new partnership?
Oh yeah.
Oh, all right.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
So it got to the point where I was basically told by my former business partner, that I have zero say in the business. I don't get to do anything, this, that, and the third. Right. So I texted him back and I said, look, I'm going to step down. That's fine. I step down. You sell the business. You do whatever you want, dude. And I let everybody in our group chat know, hey, I'm walking away from this.
Yep.
And that's when the door opened, because I was trying to stay quiet. I was trying to be professional. I was trying to just work it all out, because I want to keep this. This has to stay. And, you know, it was difficult to do Dark Horse Tackle while this is going on.
Oh, for sure.
So, yeah, you know, obviously I'm sitting here in a slump and I'm unmotivated. I don't really want to do there's nothing I really can do.
Yeah.
Other than just wait.
Yeah.
One of my conditions for the sale of Jason White's half of the business was that Josh at least be on for 6 months. Otherwise, I would not buy the business.
Yeah.
That was one of my conditions.
It was a year.
No, it was 6 months.
So I could just leave?
Yeah, you could. You
All
could
right.
go now.
You're out. Free agent, baby.
Great podcast. Bobby.
Excellent having you on, Josh. Thanks so much, everybody. Josh Chitwood, everybody. No, that's pretty.
Yeah, no, that was one of my conditions for buying the business because I mean, I'm sure I could figure it out and everything, but coming into something like this, I love fishing.
Mm-hmm.
I know a good deal about bass fishing. I know a good deal about baits. Not like this dude does, though.
Yeah, but that's what makes it such a good partnership, you know.
I'm telling you, if I had the drive and the wherewithal that Zach does, Zach has this like button, right?
Yep.
Where like he pushes it in his brain and then it's just like trailblazing, just done,
That's
locked
awesome.
in, tasks completed.
Yep.
And I'm more or less starting the task and I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
I suck at this. And then I just stop doing it altogether.
That's common though. It happens to everybody. I mean, it happens all the time. Most people generally gets to be some, adversity or some challenge, and they're just like, maybe this isn't what I want to do, and they can, step back. It's the ones that shoot for consistency, and like that's something special. That's a big deal.
It's worked out pretty well because wherever I fall off, Josh picks up. Wherever Josh falls off,
that's
I
a
pick
lot.
up.
He picks up a lot.
Now, one of the things that I thought was amazing was I didn't realize this at first, but you guys live quite a distance from one another in different states.
3 hours.
Yeah. So to do things like as a team and to, actually assemble boxes, get things ready for shipping, even testing. Like, I mean, it's one thing to test stuff, but like, if you get a shipment of baits and you've got to test them and you're, oh yeah, well they didn't send a such and such or whatever, you've got to come together and you've got like Zach, you told us how sort of the calendar works. There's basically a weekend a month where you're traveling and it's basically assembly weekend. And it's like when folks talk about like, this is really like, I like to consider, I'm an old punk rock guy. Like, I mean, a DIY till you die. That's just how I am. But I feel like you guys are really living it in the fishing industry. So for folks that aren't aware what Dark Horse Tackle is, and a lot of people think, oh yeah, it's one of those subscription boxes. No, it's not. It's the different subscription box. There are some subscription boxes out there that are wonderful. And, for different people where they are in angling, that might be a really great fit. Like I subscribed to a number of them early on when I got into this, specifically just to fill my tackle box with gear. But you get to a point, and you get to a point where you don't want the same stuff. You can go to the local, corporate sporting goods store in your backyard or something like that.
Richards.
Yeah. I mean, Dick's, Sportsman's Outfitters. I mean, the list goes on. Bass Pro even, all these things. Yeah. Like they sell a lot of the same product, which is awesome. And, some like I recently was at in Tennessee and I got to go to a Sportsman's Outfitters. I was like, wow, there's a lot of like more like, I would say fringe baits. Some stuff that was even local to that area in there. I was kind of surprised, but that's rare. When you have
very rare.
Yeah, when you have a box that's coming to you that's got baits that were put together by anglers in garages, in basements, and they're small businesses, small American-owned businesses. That's a whole other. It's a vibe. It's totally different.
We are the guys in the basement packing the baits of guys who made baits in their basement. Mm-hmm. Like, and to circle back to the punk thing. Yep. I'm so anti-corporation and anti-oligopoly establishment, the whole nine. If a guy who wears a tie Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 is building your bait box, I suggest you get a different one, because that guy is not, all that guy's looking at is lines going up and lines going down and him going, we need to make these lines go up.
Yeah. How can they go upper?
How can they go upper?
Yeah.
Yes. Guys that like to count beans.
Yeah. And that's a challenge. I mean, really what you want is that guy that goes to work Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, but spends 6 to 11 pouring lead or pouring plastic, making these baits. That's really what it is.
You know why? Here's why. Because he's doing it because he loves to do it.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
That's why he stays up until 11:30. Hell, we actually, so for the Creek box that we just did a collaboration with Logjam, I actually went to Brian's house. Brian is the painter, owner, the man behind Doc Master Baits. Mm-hmm. And I actually went to his house because he lives pretty close to me. And we hung out until probably midnight after both of us got off of work. Yep. And I helped him put all the hardware on the baits.
It's awesome.
To put them in the box.
Yeah, that's awesome.
My doctor doesn't.
Yeah,
no. I was going to say, who is Doc and why is he so randy all the time?
Why is he masturbating?
Exactly. Like, what's going on?
Doc can't stop.
Slow down, Doc. You're going to break it. Although that said, that plopper is the jam. It's wonderful.
And you got a great color too. That whiskey shad is amazing. That's a great color.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And the name, I feel like people think about it and they look at it and they're like, oh, it's got to be white. It's clear. Like that's the beauty for like clear water. Like, oh, you just can't go wrong. You can't go wrong. I'm actually psyched to get out and do a wet wade and just go and just bring. I put them in my day box today. I went out and did some fishing and did learn. We'll talk fishing in a bit, but yeah, BRB learned a good lesson.
Yeah, we
today.
will.
Yeah. What I like is that you said it earlier that you're making baits that are made by people who do fish and by people who are they're active anglers. You guys yourself are active anglers. You would not believe, or I would say probably the listeners wouldn't believe, like that's a real thing. People create fishing content and they don't really fish. Like they just,
I mean, dude, I'm not throwing shade, but
no, for sure.
Owner, dude, I fish. Like I fish. Like this is my idiot savant.
Yeah.
Like I will find a way to set the hook on something by the end of the trip. Like that is every single time I go. And this is a for fishermen by fishermen box. Yeah. Essentially our foundation is built on equity and ethics.
Yeah.
The equity being the fact that we are buying from small business guys and we are doing exactly what they planned on doing with their business, right? I want to make baits and I want the whole world to have them. Okay. Mm-hmm. Let us put it in hundreds of people's hands throughout America. And then you've got the ethics part of supporting those small businesses, actually supporting those small businesses, not some corporate sham in a gentrified part of town that is called, I don't know, Fart Bucks. And, you think it's a small town coffee shop, but it's not. It's just something owned by Starbucks. You're still paying $8 for coffee. And, it's shit ethics.
Yeah.
But those are pretty much our two biggest foundations is just putting it back into the community, dude. It's the virtuous cycle.
I was just going to bring that up. Virtuous cycle. I think more and more people need to understand what that's all about. So go ahead, talk a little bit about that. Like, it's a great idea.
Cycle. Here's the virtuous cycle. So we've got bait makers that make amazing baits.
Yep.
Okay. We buy them from the bait makers at a good price.
Yeah.
Good price for us and a good price for them.
Yep.
And I've talked to enough of these guys that have dealt with other companies. And let me tell you, those companies are not doing things at a good price for these guys.
No.
Like these guys are trying to this is their little bit of extra. All right. Yeah. So here's a little bit of background. I'm a millwright. And so, I've got a full-time job.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm out there doing what I do. And it's physically demanding. And at a certain point, my body's going to end up giving out on me.
Yeah.
Dark horse tackle and a few other things I've got in line that have to do with fishing are what I want to lean on when my body gives out.
Yep. I hear that.
So and it's no different than these bait makers. They are trying, this is their little bit of extra. This is their side hustle. This is their passion project. So we take their passion project it's a price that's good for us. For us, it's a price that's good for them. All right, we're not raking them over the coals.
No, yeah.
Right. Nobody needs to point their toes in this transaction. You understand?
Yep.
So, and then we turn around and not only are we putting this product in the hands of hundreds of people across the country,
yeah,
but we're also promoting them on the social media, Facebook, TikTok, everything else.
Yep.
Not only are we doing it, but our pro staff is doing it too. Then you go to our customers. Our customers, we make sure that we list every single company, how you can get a hold of that company. Whether maybe they don't have a website, maybe you can only get a hold of them on Facebook, maybe you can only get a hold of them on Instagram.
Yeah.
But we make sure that they know how to get a hold of these guys. So then it moves from the bait maker to us, from us to our customers, and the customers are like, hey, I really like this. I need like 15 more. And that goes right back around to the bait maker.
Exactly.
And now the customer is buying from the bait maker.
And dude, even if it's just exposure, look, we know exposure doesn't pay the bills.
Yeah, exactly.
If I'm buying, if I'm buying Bobby roast beef t-shirts for $15 and you're making them for 10, and then I'm selling them for 18, at the end of the day, somebody's going to go, that's a pretty cool shirt. Where'd you get it? Oh, Bobby roast beef. I sell them. They're $18. And then you make money. I make money. They get something that they like.
That's exactly it.
And dude, the exposure part, speaking of, companies that they will straight up say that.
Yeah.
I have been told by bait makers, they say, oh, just think about the exposure. Well, here's my thing.
Yeah.
Our retention rate as a company, full disclosure, is not the best. It's getting better.
It's
getting a lot better, but a lot of people buy it just to try it. So if somebody comes to another box to buy it just to try it, and let's say they get Bobby roast beef t-shirts, you made them for $10.
Yeah.
But they bought them off you for $1 under the promise that, hey, you're
exposure.
Right. You're going to get exposed here. Yeah, you got exposed. Your wallet got exposed. Your bank account got exposed. And all they got was money.
Yeah.
They just paid $1 for what you paid tenfold for and made all that money back off you. And that's not what we want to do, man. We love these guys. Like, we create a relationship with these people. We create a friendship.
That's the word.
Yeah. I want to go to dinner with these boys.
Yeah.
I want to go fishing with these boys.
I want to ruin a hotel with these dudes.
Yep.
I want to get kicked out of a bar with these guys, man. Like, that's the thing. Like, dude, Zach and I were fishing the other day. We were just creek fishing. He got 2 or 3 phone calls from bait makers. That's awesome. Shooting. Yeah.
That's awesome. See, it's crazy too, because like I hear it all the time. Like my job is I have an entertainment company, so I'm a DJ, a game show host, all these other things. And I've had it before where people will say like, oh, well, you should do your game show here. It would be great exposure. And I find that people will use that term exposure when they're trying to get something at a lower value or trying to take advantage. The difference is
the handout.
Exactly. It's entirely different from a referral, which is what I feel like you're doing with these bait makers. Like, this isn't just these are in this box and here's what it is. You're testing these baits. You're vetting the businesses ahead of time, and you're basically making a referral. So, like, if there was I'm going to be completely honest. Like, in the DJ world, there are just absolute train wrecks who should not be in business, right? It happens all the time. Bar owners, some of my clients, you know what I mean? Not my current clients, but that I've had in the past, should not be in business. There are bait makers out there, and we've had our share of working alongside of a couple of them that just should not be an operation. It's just not that. They even make great stuff, but they don't have the head screwed on straight for that. But when you're testing out some stuff and somebody's delivering, because there's deadlines, you guys have a shipment date and you need these boxes. I feel like we're talking about the same company. I don't want to bring them up, but I feel like we are. Like, you can't make a referral to somebody that can't come through, So I feel like if somebody has their baits in your box, like the Crocagator buzzbait, like that says something. You know what I mean? Like,
dude, that chick is freaking awesome. Joey from Crocagator Baits, you are freaking amazing.
That's
he was
awesome.
fist bumping the camera, by the way, for those that are not. What is your Patreon subscribers called?
Oh, the jig heads. Yeah, the jig heads.
I thought I was going to call them beefsters.
Beefsters.
That's another audience.
Yeah. That's the wrong male strip club.
Yes.
My dog is named Beef, actually.
Chief Beef.
Beef. Oh my God. Beef.
Yeah, he's a beauty.
Dude, he looks like a little tiny Clydesdale horse.
He does.
What kind of dog is he?
A 60-pound horse. He's an English Springer Spaniel.
Yeah,
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
But let's get back to the referral thing. So, even more to add. I'm just virtue signaling at this point. Everybody.
I love it.
No, but to even add more to this virtuous cycle, companies we can't even work with, like people we can't put in the box that we like.
Yeah.
I want jigs and big stickers just to put in our box. Like we will put business cards, stickers, whatever you want to give us that you can,
what are some of the ones we've worked with? We've
worked with, I'm actually wearing a shirt right now. Live Rough, Die Tough.
Yep.
A dude out of West Virginia. Awesome dude. His name's TJ. He's awesome. Great artist, great designs. Prior to Zach's arrival, Above the Water Clothing.
Yep. It's funny you say that.
Right.
Nice.
Right.
Nice.
Dude, Steve is the freaking homie, man.
Yeah.
That guy is awesome.
Yeah.
That guy's awesome. But that just stuff like that, man. A 15% off code, a 20% off code, whatever it may be, whatever you feel comfortable
with. So we can't put their t-shirt in the box.
Yeah, exactly.
But we will get a hold of them and say, hey, man, send us some stickers, send us some cards. We're going to throw them in the box. And so like it's more than just giving people baits. It's opening up this.
It's promoting small business.
These small business arms to everybody that we freaking can every single month.
We are the Sarah McLachlan of small business.
Dude, hold on.
In the arms of an angel.
Holy shit, that was priceless. So let's talk about the options that, let's imagine right now that somebody's listening and they're just like, what is this subscription box you speak of? They have no idea what we're talking about here. What are the options that somebody who's totally green to this has that Dark Horse can offer? And what's the commitment look like financially? What can people kind of play with and what can they expect?
So right now we've got 3 products.
Yep.
We have something called the Dabble Pack. We've got the Weekend Warrior box, and we also have the Dark Horse Tackle Quarterly.
Yep.
The Dabble Pack is 2 to 3 baits. Okay. You can literally buy one if you want and not subscribe. You can go month to month on the subscription. What is it? $13? $13.
Yep.
So $13, you get 2 to 3 baits a month.
It's a steal too, because these guys, dude, I'm telling you, look,
Dabble Pack,
no
you
shade.
guys make out.
No shade to the Dabble Pack guys. I'm just saying it's like a good 50%.
They make out.
Like, dude, it's like an average like $18 to $20 value.
Yeah. Yeah, because you can only kind of minimize that so much. Yeah. And I love that you guys put on the card, because you do one run for that card, and that same card goes in the Dabble Pack as in the Weekend Warrior box. So you see what it is that like, oh, we didn't get this because we're not the Weekend Warrior. Yeah, that's exactly it. It's full disclosure everywhere, and I love that. Also, you put the pricing on there so people know what the retail value is of everything.
Right, that's the MSRP that we put on there. Yeah. That's if you go to the website, that's what you're looking at.
Yeah.
Nice, I love that.
We're always aiming for like on Dabble Packs, we're aiming for like 18.
Yeah.
And on Weekend Warrior boxes, I'll describe that one. And I got the next one too because I'm holding it just for the beefsters. Or the jig, or the jig heads.
It's gonna make it.
Whatever, It's our podcast now. Sorry,
I love it. Hey, it happens. This is what happens. You get in the beef seat. You're in the cockpit. That's what it is. You're flying this plane wherever it's going.
I'm in the beef seat. I feel like God. But we have our Weekend Warrior box. It's 5 to 6 baits. We average, dude. I think we had like a very good run of like 6 baits. And we had to do 5 one month, and Zach and I, it was like a death in the family. Like we were just like, no.
Oh yeah.
But the value every month is around $40. Like we're hitting $40. It's a $30 box with $6 shipping. And listen, we got to talk about shipping, dude.
Yeah.
We do not make money on shipping.
No.
We average about $5.80 a sticker just to ship. So we're making 20 cents, dude. That pays for the roll of receipt tape.
Maybe.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Right. So we try to be fair with shipping, but we used to sell the Weekend Warrior box at 25.
Yep.
And on my side of things, I was feeling like the customer could get more. On the other side of things, prior to Zach's arrival, they wanted more money. They were like, no, we're going to keep it 4 to 5 baits. And I'm like, dude, I don't like that. Because eventually we're going to hit a point where it's like $32 value. And then you're paying $35 with shipping. People aren't going to like that. They're going to be like, hey, man, what the hell? And that's our thing. I want to explain. The Weekend Warrior box in the Dowel Pack is not a bargain box. This is not a bargain subscription.
No.
This is not a Dick's 5 for $5. These are baits that we pay, probably retail cost, maybe a little bit higher. Who knows? I don't, I'm calling guys, Zach's calling guys, hey, we need a few hundred of these. What can we do?
Yeah.
What works for you? We're not trying to make this a bargain box. We want to. These aren't bargain baits, dude.
Yeah, these are quality baits.
Don't be mistaken, though. You are getting a bargain.
You are getting,
yeah.
The implication is that it's not a bargain box.
Exactly.
You are paying $35, $36, and you are getting $40+ in value.
Yep.
But, dude, go to I implore you, I challenge you, go to Dick's and go buy 5 to 6 of the name brand baits that we have put in our box and see how much it is. Please do. And I'm sure some of you guys, some of you gals, some of you theys, thems, whatever, you're going to find something that, yeah, sure. You made out at $28. That's great. I love that. But dude, we're doing high quality paint jobs. We're doing wire tie jigs. We're doing soft plastics you can't find anywhere but some dude's basement in freaking, Puxatawny, Pennsylvania.
That actually brings up something I'd like to talk about. That is one of the hardest parts about what we do every single month is finding proprietary soft plastic baits.
Oh my God.
Let me tell you how many people do it molds.
And
I'm
not going to go poo-poo on the doo-doo, all right? I will not. But at the juncture of the timeline of Dark Horse Tackle right now, we are 3+ years into the business. We are past the point of making a name for ourselves. This is it. The name can only go up. We have to go up. We have to use proprietary soft plastics. So some guys are going to get, we use this guy. His name's Larry. He owns J Bros Lures.
Love you, Larry.
Love Larry.
Yep.
J Bros makes stuff you have not seen. They make, dude, from Ned rig baits the size of your pinky to worms the size of your forearm. The man has got it.
Yeah.
The creature baits the size of your.
Heyo.
Is he making the molds? Like just creating the molds on? See, that's next level.
Absolutely 100% proprietary.
Yep. And I mean, no disrespect to the plastic makers that are like, I get it, like the do it stuff, that's one thing, but there are other molds that are out there that you'll see the same bait. Now with plastics, it's sort of a funny thing because it gets down to the recipe. A lot of times you might have the same mold, but you line up 10 different people that are using exactly the same mold, and those plastics don't exactly line up. I think for a lot of it, it's the perception from the consumer when they see something that's exactly the same shape, not similarly shaped, but exactly the same shape. And they're like, is this really, by going the proprietary route, you avoid all that. And the I love that you use the J Bros stuff as an example because I looked at the trailers that came in that Creek box that were in there. What was it? The little cross.
Double Trouble.
Yeah, the Double Trouble. It's like a twin tail, straight tail grub, but with the body has this like almost like barrel. The way it's thicker, and it's just I cannot believe how perfectly it fit on that jig first try. It was intuitive putting it on that jig.
There's a reason why it fits like that.
Yeah.
It's because we do our homework.
Yeah. No, you are getting like next level stuff. I can say that, you know.
Hey, Bobby.
Yeah.
Stick that on your beetle spin, baby.
Oh yeah, that's a friggin' damn good idea. I might need a slightly larger one, but
the way I would, we're gonna mix into some fishing. Sorry guys,
go for it.
I know you guys wanted to hear a Sigma Male Grind Set podcast, but now we're gonna talk about fishing for a second. The Double Trouble.
Yep.
I don't know what happened one day, but it was a bad day for Zach and I. And I was like, dude, we just got these. It was like, I don't even know. I think it was like February, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was cold. It was cold.
Yep.
And no, March?
May.
Oh, Jesus.
It was May.
All right. Oh, that's right. It was a shitty day in May, dude. It was that day you were filming me.
Right. It had, that's right. I don't know about anybody else, but like here in the Rust Belt, so like Ohio, southwestern Pennsylvania.
Yep.
Like May came and we had like a coming into spring regular, and then it was like hot and no rain for like an entire freaking month.
Yeah.
And then it was like 40 degrees for no reason. And that happened to be the weekend Zach and I hung out. So, dude, it wasn't happening. And I put the Double Trouble on just a ball head jig. I had like a 1/8 ball head jig. And, you know, I was trying to do the Ned thing, right? You know, like just trying to sit there and deep net it. It was too weedy. So I would throw it out and I just started yanking on it. I mean, big rips, dude.
Yep.
Stroking, if you will. Shout out to my ex-wife.
That's the pros.
But yeah, you know, I was I felt like one of those guys in the crew. What's that sport? Rowing.
Yeah.
I was stroking the smoke out of this thing, and they were just reacting to it. Like, dude, I mean, I'm talking like they were busting on it. Like I would have this in like 6 inches, the first 6 inches of the water column, just bang, bang, bang. And it's going left to right. And then you can, you know, I'm just trying to talk about the versatility of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's when you drop it on like a heavier ball head jig.
Yep.
It undulates. It's just got a little bit of a vibration.
Undulates.
Yeah. I'm a big book.
I'm a
big book.
With synonyms.
Yeah. Other words for people to know. But yeah, no, the bait has a ton of action. It doesn't look like it. And I told Zach while we were fishing, I said, this is the stupidest bait I've ever used in my life. This is the dumbest presentation. This makes no sense. Bass should not be eating this, but they were.
Dumbest, most effective bait.
They were reacting like crazy, man. Just a little white 2-inch.
Yeah. Trailer, essentially. Yeah. It's nuts because fishing it blows my mind. I used to have this saying I said on the show all the time that fishing truly is on one part, especially when you're using artificial baits, I feel.
Right.
It is one part science and one part art.
Right.
And they live together harmoniously in this like symbiotic sort of relationship with, you know, like I said, especially when it comes to artificial baits, because you're choosing the items that have a specific action or a fall rate or what that might be. So that's the part that I feel to me it appeals to me most. The other thing about it is that there's two camps when it comes to fishing. There's the match the hatch camps, which guilty as charged. I'm always trying to match the hatch. Yeah. Then there's the show them something different.
We're going to get into it.
And they both are accurate. You know what I mean? Like they both are, you know, it's bizarre. Like they both are effective.
I have an elusive third camp, Bobby.
What's that third camp?
Blind them.
Okay, he's probably saying that because I tip everything in chartreuse. But
fair enough.
Just
guilty.
the tip all the time, right here.
But I've been saying it for years.
Yep.
Fishing doesn't make sense.
No.
And it's not supposed to, dude. Yeah. You're a human being trying to throw a hook into a wild animal's face. You're trying to throw something at them that looks nothing like what they eat.
Yep.
You know, dude, what the hell does a Mr. Ned, or not a Mr. Ned? Why do I keep calling it that? Why does what the hell does a double trouble look like? Maybe a dying minnow, maybe. Yeah. But if you've got it on a ball head jig, that's an 1/8 ounce, and the lead head is denser than the bait itself, and it's sinking real fast and it's darting.
Yeah,
dude, it doesn't look like anything.
No,
something, like an annoying fly, and the fish has to be like, dude, why does this thing keep flying over my head? You know what? I don't have hands, so I'm just going to open my mouth and kill it.
Exactly.
Rid of it.
Yeah.
I don't like it. It's in my space. Get the hell out of my face. We're done. So, and by that time, they're already hooked and on the bank.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, so now we're talking fishing here, guys. Let's go ahead and talk. I love a backstory. I love an origin story. It's always like, I don't know, people hate on comic book movies that rehash it over and over again. I'm like, no, I'll take it. I like that.
The lore of a comic book, dude, listen, I'll tell you. I'm not a comic book guy.
Yep.
But I'm an anime guy.
I am.
Fair enough.
I'm an anime guy. I love a good, backstory. Oh, my parents died and I was left with nothing, but then I found this sword and all of a sudden
everything changed. Exactly.
Right. So go ahead.
So let's talk about your introduction into fishing. Like, when did you guys get into it? And then when was it that the bug really bit?
Yeah. I'll tell you straight up. I was raised as a bass tournament angler.
Oh, okay.
Nepotism almost.
Yep.
My dad, my grandpa, my uncle, everybody on my mom's side of the family, if they were a male, they fished tournaments.
No shit. That's awesome.
So ever since I could walk, I tell people 3 years old, but ever since I could stand, walk, and grab things, my mom would pack a fishing rod. We'd go to see my dad's weigh-ins, and I'd just sit on the bank with a bobber and a worm or whatever.
That's awesome, dude.
And the bug really bit. The bug really bit 2 times.
Yeah.
The bug bit. The bug bit when I caught my first PB.
Oh, that'll do it.
That was over 20 years ago. I was like 11 or 12 years old, and I caught a bass over 3 pounds. And when you're a 4'0" 60-pound boy, and you see a fish over 18, 19 inches, that's big, dude. That's a big fish. When it's as big as your, tiny little arms, and you're sitting there fighting that thing, and
it's as big as a baby's arm.
As big as a baby's arm. The fish. But
the fish.
You and then you go to the bait shop and the guys are like, "Oh man, look at this kid!" This 12-year-old's catching bigger fish than you, Gary. And they're just making fun of the guy Gary who runs the minnow tank the whole time. But
why does Gary always have to run the minnow tank?
Gary's always on the minnow tank, dude. He has been for 32 years.
He's got one job.
One job, Gary, and you still suck at fishing. But the second bug was my first tournament win. This is a bit of a story.
Go for it.
It's a good thing for our
Dive
podcast.
in. Yeah.
So I was 12 years old. My grandpa, for Christmas, he gave me an entry form for the lake by my house. Is called Hoover Reservoir. It's called the Hoover Open. And back in the day, dude, back in like 2003, 2004, it packed. Like it was like 200 boats.
No shit.
I'm telling you, I shouldn't say 200, about 100 probably, but still
that's a lot.
It's a lot of boats, man.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, there was 100 people at this tournament, and I might have just been 12-year-old brained. I don't know.
And Hoover Reservoir is a freaking mud hole,
and it's not big at all. It's not big. It's not a big lake. It's a 9-9 only lake, so 10 horse, not a big lake. But I fished this tournament with my grandpa, and I don't know really what I'm doing. I fish ponds. I fish with my dad, and I like crankbaits. And my grandpa ties on a Senko for me, and then he ties on a jig. Right. This is going to make a lot of sense to people who know me and my Senko talk. So I've got my first 2 bait casters ever, and my grandpa's like, just take this Senko and pitch it as far into the bushes as you can.
Yep.
And just hop it. Just hop it. Count to 3, count to 2, count to 5, and hop it. And when you feel that you can't hop it anymore. Just pull as hard as you can. That's it. Just pull as hard as you can.
Yeah.
It was a learning lesson. It wasn't a tournament, dude. It was a bonding moment. It was something that was burned into my brain at 12, 13 years old. So we're fishing. This is back when, oh God, this is a long time ago. There's no live scope, none of that, granted, live scope not like 3 years ago. But anyway, I just feel like I like telling these old man stories, and I'm not an old man. I just like, I like being like, oh buddy.
Dude, he swam uphill both ways.
I swam uphill.
You have to.
It gets uphill. So we've got a limit, and we're calling like crazy, dude. Like the Cinco's working. Like we're talking like tournament started at 7. The first 5 minutes into this tournament, my grandpa and I both have 2 fish, and I'm freaking out, dude. Okay. Like I'm like, oh my God, this 5-inch piece of plastic is working. And I just keep throwing it all day. Didn't throw a different thing. Mm-hmm. So around 11 o'clock, this is a tournament 7-3 type deal. Yep. 7:30, 3:30, whatever it may be. It's an 8-hour tournament. We're about 3 to 4 hours in. Live well stops working completely.
Oh no, yeah.
And I'm just fishing. My grandpa's like, hey, he's like, dude, we got to stop. And I'm like, why? And he's like, the live well doesn't work. And I'm like, who cares? Like, let him die. No, I didn't understand it,
Yeah, of course.
We're fishing, So we go back in, we get back at like noon. We weigh in, this was honestly like a top 3 bag that I ever had on Hoover as a 13-year-old. We had 22 pounds. And
holy shit.
Yeah. That's Ohio fishing, fellas. That's Ohio fishing. So you guys sitting there in Texas, take notes. So we had like 22 pounds, something like that, 2180, something like that.
Yep.
And then for the next 3 to 4 hours, dude, we just waited. Sat there and waited. I was just practicing using a bait caster the whole time.
Yeah.
Well, by the end of the tournament, dude, like I'm watching people weigh in like a hawk, man. Like I've been there for 3 to 4 hours, dude. I want to see what you've got. You've got all day to fish. My grandpa told me we had to leave, and I'm pissed. So I want to see what you've got. I think we won by like 4 pounds. And
that ain't bad.
We got first place and we got big bass. And I was like, you know what? I think I want to do this the rest of my life.
Yeah.
And that's how it's gone, man.
That's when the bug. Yeah, that'll freaking do it. Shit.
Malaria. It's like,
Wow. Now, what about you, Zach? What's your story? How did you get introduced to fishing, and then like when did it really kind of take over for you?
So, my Jaja, that's Polish for grandfather.
Yep.
He introduced me to fishing on the Niagara River.
Ooh, nice.
Oh.
And he hell of a guy, but he was a little set in his ways and didn't like us constantly casting all the time. So he would literally tie our fishing poles with a hanky to the railing so that we would just leave them the hell alone.
Yep.
That's how I was introduced to fishing. And then, I grew up, didn't fish really at all the way up until I was probably 20, 21.
Yep.
I met a buddy of mine. I was, you know what a Schneider is? You familiar with that term?
A Schneider? No.
Schneider. It's a, I can't remember what the name of the show was. It was an old sitcom, and Schneider used to like take care of the apartment building.
What is it? Three's Company.
Yeah.
Not Three's Company. Not Three's Company. What is it? Shit. It'll come to me.
About.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Well, I was the Schneider.
One day at a time.
There you go.
It's one day. Fucking A. I got problems.
So I was the Schneider of an apartment building, and one of the dudes that had one of the apartments in there, he was a fisherman, and we got to be friends and started talking. So I went out with him, and obviously, like it started out as like fishing meant like
drinking.
Yeah, 2 cases of beer, 2 rods, and a styrofoam container of worms.
Exactly.
Yeah, so we did that for, I think, 1 time. And then we went to Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
and like spent like $30 a piece and just bought a whole bunch of lures. And it just spiraled from there. The next thing you know, we were like two like 23-year-old dudes back to back in a round blow up raft, like screaming down a flooded creek in southwestern Pennsylvania.
That's freaking awesome. That's
like just
awesome.
having a blast, getting into all kind of trouble and everything like that. But you know, life happens, things happen. I ended up getting away from fishing.
Yep.
And then I didn't fish for almost a decade. And then my son, Isaac, he this would be 2021.
Oh, okay.
He out of nowhere said, "Hey, Dad, will you take me fishing?" Now, my brain didn't put two and two together and realize that Father's Day was like right around the corner.
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay, but he asked me if I said, "Yeah, I'll take you fishing." Well, I'm a millwright. I got called out to work.
Yeah.
And I got called out to work, and lo and behold, I actually got called out to a FedEx to do some conveyor work in a FedEx. I got called out, and it was right on Erie.
Oh, all right.
So like now my son just asked me to take him fishing. Now I'm staring at Lake Erie. And then the first day I was there, that's all anybody talked about was fishing.
No kidding. Oh,
that was it.
Yeah, location.
That was it. I literally went that day, bought a couple rods, actually bought a canoe, bought a whole bunch of shit that day. I think I spent like $3,000 that freaking day.
Yeah.
and that was it. I mean, that was it. I mean, I've caught a lot of good fish. My PB is like 7 pounds, 8 ounces.
Nice.
I've caught a lot of good fish, but the gift that my kid gave me by asking me to take him fishing.
Yeah. Kicked it all off.
That was it. That was it. And
that's amazing.
And honestly, fishing is everything that I love. It checks the box of the collector gene.
Oh, yeah.
It checks the box of a puzzle that you will never completely freaking understand.
Yep.
It's the eternally unsolved puzzle.
Yeah.
Forever.
Oh, yeah.
It checks the box of being outside and being active.
Yep.
It checks the box of getting into some crazy shit.
Yes.
Yeah,
like
definitely.
It literally checks every single box of everything that I like. And so, yeah, that's pretty much my story, man.
That's amazing, man.
That's how it worked for me.
I find like there's so many out of the, I mean, we're almost at 200 episodes now. Most of those. Yeah. 175. We're getting there. Most people that I talk to either fall into two camps. Like they got introduced to fishing super young and they never kind of like left it. And that's kind of like how like Sean was, you know, he got into fishing and it's just always been a part of his life for like the last 30 something years. You know, that's what he does. And then there's the other side where it's like there's people like myself that they get interested in, they get into it young, but then they put it down for one reason or another. You know, they get into other things. For some people it's sports. For other people it's just like, for me it was like playing music. You know, so it was I put it down for like, you know, oh yeah, I'm not going to do this with the outdoors. And I'm one of these people that's like all in with what I do. You know, like
absolutely. There's only two colors. One is black, one is white.
Yep.
I'm either all in or all the fuck out.
All out. Exactly. It's like I really don't like dabbling just lightly, but it's so funny because similar situation where I was just like, I would go and fish with this one buddy and we started out throwing, you know, minnows and worms and live bait, just basically catching like bullhead and shit, whatever we could get, you know, whatever we could catch. But ironically, my buddy is first generation. No, I'm taking that back. He's a Polish immigrant. And his father-in-law, old school Polish guy, they would go, same thing. We used to get so pissed at him for bringing out any artificial baits. He couldn't understand what this was about. And then he saw him catch an absolute tank on a topwater frog. And was like, okay, maybe I'll try this. And he's throwing with like totally the wrong gear and like just it's not working out for him. But just absolutely nuts. And fishing can be like so many different things for so many different people, whatever degree like you want it to be. It's just since like
that's actually a great That's a great point. Not only is it a great point, it's a point that is extremely important to myself, and I know it's important to Josh. And I think it should be important to everybody that picks up a freaking rod and fishes, and especially to anybody that picks up a rod and fishes and then wants to get on social media.
Yeah.
Fishing is a lot of things to a lot of people.
Yep.
Don't be a dick.
Yeah.
Yep.
100%.
Dude, we got to talk about it. We got to talk about it.
Let's do it.
Fishing. So I was like put onto the autism spectrum as like a very youngin.
Yep.
Like high functioning, whole deal. And this is like my thing, right?
Yeah.
This is this is my, people love to talk about, make fun of people. Oh, trains, you're a train guy. These are my trains.
Yep.
Okay. I've got 4 trains in my car right now.
Yeah.
Ready to choo and go. But,
I knew you were a choo-choo.
Yep. I knew you were a train boy. And, it doesn't affect me socially, but like mentally, it's a real fucking thing, man. So this is my niche, buddy.
Yeah.
So let's talk about it. Let's talk about the guys who love to unzip and slap it on the table because they spent $150,000 on a bass boat and they decided to catch a bass in a lake versus a guy who's just pissing off and having fun in a pond.
Yeah.
Dude, I fish 5-figure tournaments. I fish ponds. I fish creeks.
Yep.
I fish in bass boats. I fish in John boats, and I fish on my bare freaking feet.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, man.
No, it really
Because
doesn't.
at the end of the day, for me, when I set the hook and go, oh shit, that's all that matters to me.
That's it.
Yep.
That's it. I can't stand the guys who want to piss on people because they don't want to fish tournaments or they don't have a bass boat. And they're, dude, you got to think, man, fishing's kind of like soccer. Soccer's the most popular sport in the world because of one thing. You only need a ball.
That's exactly it.
All you need's a rod, dude.
Yep.
If you like catching fish, go do it. Don't let some asshole with 7 GoPros strapped to his head looking like a Japanese spy vehicle tell you where you should fish, what you should throw, any of that stuff. Just go out there and enjoy yourself.
Yep.
That's it. Like
Spot shaming.
Right. Spot shaming.
Spot shaming is ridiculous. I can't even believe that
Dude,
exists. It's crazy.
I posted a reel on Instagram. It was like a 5-6 pound bass. And it was a difficult catch, Bobby.
It took him like almost 40 minutes of working this fish to get it to bite.
And we were fishing.
Okay, all right. I thought you were like 40 minutes to get it to the boat. I'm like, oh shit.
No.
There's some stress involved, man.
I'm not that big of a loser. No, but I do make fun of the MLF anglers and how they handle fish, though. It is funny to watch these guys play fish. The left and right and left and right. Dude, it's a 2-pounder. Just flip it. Just flip the damn thing. Just both flip the damn thing, okay? But I post this video and a bunch of people are like, oh yeah, it's really easy when you're fishing a maintained HOA pond. First of all, HOA ponds are not maintained.
No.
If anything, they are the opposite of maintained because these people are just throwing fertilizer and trash and whatever the hell they want. And
they give 0 fucks.
Correct.
No, they'd rather those fish be dead so that people weren't fishing them.
Exactly. But at the same time, man, you got to think, dude, I'm not going to sit here and say pond fishing is harder than lake fishing. That's not the argument I'm having.
Yeah.
It's a different game.
But Zach said earlier, when the pond fish are off, they are off.
Yeah.
That's it.
And then when you're fishing a 1 to 2 acre impoundment and they're all off, good luck.
Yeah.
Dude, I hooked a bass in this pond and this bass would not even chase it. Like it got interested in it. Like it saw that the bass was struggling and was doing the whole like reaction strike deal. Like he was going up to it, looking at it like, what are you doing?
Exactly.
Why are you acting like this? Kind of bumped him with his mouth. But I actually, in the middle of the day, caught this fish on a popper. It's a I'm throwing weightless stick worms at this thing. Like I had a glide bait. Like I had all kinds of stuff.
I literally made it around the pond almost 2 times before he caught his freaking thing.
Holy shit.
I wasn't moving. It was like, what's that one movie with Leonardo DiCaprio where he's like, I'm not fucking going anywhere.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not fucking leaving.
Wolf of Wall Street, yeah.
Like, dude, I was locked in. I was locked in. I was not going to leave this pond without hooking this fish. And I did. And then, it was exciting. It's dude, hooking a fish and beating nature, that's what it's all about.
That's the name of the game.
It's not about being on a, it's not about being on a skeeter with 13-inch units. It's not about having a 300 horsepower motor.
Yep.
It's not about even fishing for money. It's about the fact that you threw something that does not look like natural forage whatsoever. And that dumbass looked at it and was like, yep, I'm going to eat it.
That's exactly it. It's one of the few sports where you're trying to capture a live wild animal. I mean, it really, it's so different than like, people get crazy about golf or whatever, whatever. Now pickleball, I guess, is like the big thing. But Pickleball. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people talking about it. It's a game that was apparently invented for retirees, so they didn't like injure their joints and stuff like that. But now all the millennials are just like, oh yeah, pickleball.
Dude, I'm a millennial. I don't. What is it?
So wait.
It's a racquetball game style.
If you're like super old and you can play this game, that makes me think that you could probably play this game in whatever level of sobriety you're probably at.
I bet you that's the appeal. I'll bet you that's the appeal.
Millennials are good for that too. They love sports that you can just have a couple Mick Ultras at.
Millennials invented hard seltzer, so
this is true.
They're not worthless.
And Four Loko.
Also true. Oh God.
The old Four Loko.
Yeah.
And those,
Four Loko. Oh, you mean bath salts in a can? That's basically, yeah. I'm going to drink this beverage and then eat somebody's face off.
Right. Like, I don't know.
Hey, you can't be right every time. You're going to make mistakes.
That's right.
There's always a few hiccups on the road to success. Eating a face or two here or there.
Collateral damage,
Fighting inanimate objects.
Yep.
Jumping off of buildings. Hey, look, that's part of growing up, okay?
It's true. It's just the way it is. It's just life.
That is life. That is life. It's funny. A lot of guys, I talk to guys about, fishing, and they like talking about, oh yeah, I love getting a 30 rack and just dude, I'm telling you, one thing I don't do not sober is fish. It's probably the only thing I don't do not sober.
Yeah.
But like I would rather drive drunk than go fishing drunk. I can't do it.
This is a good question for you guys. Now, I mean, the Dark Horse boxes generally, they target bass for the most part. Yeah. You guys are both primarily bass anglers.
Bass brats. You guys got to try fishing for carp. Because I don't think you can't do that drunk. Like I think it's a requirement. You know what I mean? I actually did go fishing for carp for probably 5 years in a row. Yeah. I would fish for carp. I did it every year. I did it in a specific month of the year. It was February.
Dang.
Huh.
And it was in the mouth of a creek that so it's where the creek led into the Ohio River.
Yep.
And right there, right before the creek met the Ohio River, or excuse me, for any of you Pittsburghers listening, the creek, right wherever the creek met the Ohio River, it was just like a bowl there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you put on a MEPS, like a musky killer MEPS,
oh, okay, yeah,
and you throw that thing out there, and you bring it back to yourself.
And then you feel the spine on their back and you set the hook as hard as you can. I know where this is going. I know exactly where this is going.
Oh, my goodness.
You were snagging them, weren't you?
Yes.
Yeah,
oh, yeah.
I was snagging them.
Oh, yeah.
So I got to say, I say this because I recently, Joe and Sean and myself, we're all part of this it was the best weekend of the year actually to have a bass tournament, Memorial Day weekend. So rec boats everywhere,
dude,
the best.
Nothing like a 90-degree day in May.
Oh yeah. And with like every idiot on a jet ski is just representing, they're all card carrying FTG members at that point. Ooh, so yeah, all of them. But I got
my favorite new FTG guy on the lake is. This is my new favorite FTG guy on a lake. He is the guy on a paddleboard with a 13-pound Bluetooth speaker on the front of his goddamn paddleboard that is blaring some music that
it's Jason Mraz. That's what it is.
Whoever you are,
it's Jason Mraz.
Whoever you are, God. It is the music you don't want to hear.
Exactly.
And he is like, just he's paddleboarding along. And he wants, he's vibing, and he like wants to slide.
Yeah, he wants you to vibe.
Yeah, he wants to slide up next to you, and like his music is like banging the freaking water. That is my favorite new FTG guy.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of those. Like one of my favorite spots to fish is you never see big boats on ever. There's no real wreck traffic other than. Right. The rentals of kayaks and canoes and like the pedal boats, like those old school pedal boats.
Yeah.
That's all you ever see.
This one.
Oh my God. It's something. But no, I bring up that tournament because I got a message from a friend of mine and he messages me and he goes, he's like, no wonder Fred had reached out to me and said, that I was going to be pissed. He goes, there was a carp tournament happening in that same section of river right at that day. You want to know the difference between those two tournaments? The bass tournament was done in 8 hours. The carp tournament lasts 3 days.
Jesus.
These motherfuckers set up camp and they just stay there. And they it is nuts. I'm like, this
like a sit-in, huh?
Yeah, it is crazy. And they're all over they all have their spots and they're just out, they're doing their thing. So I mean, the bug bit with me with carp fishing last winter. I was just like, I gotta get out and try this stuff. So I went and I got myself a rig and I'm actually hoping to do some damage jigs and bigs on the multi-species tournament. But anyway, so that's anyway. I don't know. I totally forgot why I even brought up carp fishing, but that's like, I don't think you can do that sober. It's 3 days. You're gonna need some recreational beverages.
Here is why you probably brought up carp fishing because I mean it's a phrase. It gets used. It probably gets overused, but the tug is
the drug. It's the truth.
Which is why in February, when I couldn't catch a goddamn thing, and I knew I could catch a carp, I went and caught a carp. No matter how much I hate their stupid big freaking lips.
Yeah.
I actually caught a carp. God,
you just caught one.
Did I?
Yeah, you just caught one. You fought it for like 45 minutes. You actually have.
I didn't catch it. It
broke off.
I was fishing the double trouble, and
you got to go for a minute. I'll be back.
I just felt the tick, and
just the tip.
I just felt the tip, and I set the hook, and then it just starts, bzz, and I'm like, it's probably like 2 minutes in, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna call Zach. I'm gonna call Zach and just talk to him about the fact that there's nothing I can do. I'm not cutting this off. It was the only rig I had that day.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm not messing with it. I'm not cutting it off. And I'm just sitting there and it's just buzzing and buzzing and buzzing. And I think I was on the phone with him for 12 minutes.
Jesus.
Before this thing eventually popped itself loose.
Oh, okay.
I probably hit it like in the belly or something like that. But yeah, I caught a carp during the bass pre-spawn, like this is probably 6 years ago, in the mouth on a 1 ounce spinnerbait.
On a spinnerbait? No shit.
Yeah, dude, and it wrecked it.
Wow.
It wrecked it. Like,
I mean, they'll eat anything. They really will.
I guess it was just the right kind of shiny for it. I mean, dude, it pounced on it. Like I set the hook on it and I'm like, oh my God. Like this is
they're
state
strong fish. Yeah. That's crazy.
And it was like, it was like a 13, 14 pound carp. And dude, I didn't get to see it because I was fishing a mud hole. That's why I was throwing a 1 ounce spinnerbait in the first place.
Of course.
It was all part of the cruise. And I felt that bump and I'm like, oh my God. And you're sitting there going, dude, I've got the state record on my hands right now. And
That's
then
wild.
that golden poop brown piece of shit fish comes out of the water and you're just like, God, I hate my life.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When they're bycatch, I can 100% understand why. See, I've never caught one accidentally. I've never caught one, period. But like
no carp, period.
Never.
You got it.
I've never caught any carp. There was, and there are people who catch them all the time as bycatch. Like there's actually a Jigs and Bigs Instagram live where Sean the Fisherman had called me from a tournament on Candlewood in Connecticut, and he hooked into like a 20-pound carp on a Ned rig. Had just slurped it up. I don't know what he was using for plastic, what the appeal was, and just took off. And he called me. I had him on the phone. I even put him on the live. And he's like, oh yeah, it's pulling me all over. You could hear the drag screaming. And he's like, he got it to the shore. He actually got a state pin for it. It's a big fish, really big fish. And he was just like, yeah, he's like, I broke my smallmouth PB like 5 times on this lake. He goes, it's ridiculous. So, he goes, changing it up it was fun. I mean, not great for the tournament, but I mean, I don't even know if he was doing a multi-species tournament at that point. Might have even been before we started with all this, but just wild.
I don't know. I don't know about you, but I have a feeling. I don't know about you, but I'm okay to assume.
Yep.
Because I'm okay to assume about almost all fishermen, and different is good.
I agree. I think different is good in a lot of ways.
Different is good. So my mom lives about 2 blocks from a river called the Pocomoke River.
Uh-huh.
Okay, that's in Maryland, and it is the northernmost blackwater river.
Oh, okay.
In America. So blackwater, so it's tannic.
Yep.
Right? There's cypress trees, all that. Not to mention it's tidal.
Gotcha. Mm-hmm.
And it is the first time I've ever encountered pickerel.
Oh, really?
The snot rockets.
Oh, yeah. I love them.
Dude, they are insane.
They're crazy.
I'm soaking a bit more. No, they're insane. Like, and now granted, I'm there to catch bass, and that's what I'm always looking for. When I say bass brat, like I mean it. I'm a bass brat.
Yeah.
Like that's what I want. But like when you get a shot at these other species, like it's freaking awesome.
Yeah, it really is.
It's freaking amazing. These pickerel, like if anybody listening has not caught a pickerel,
They're mean.
they are insane. They will hit your lure, get hooked on your lure, come off, and then hit it again like 3 more freaking times. They are angry. They are mad. They want to kill it.
You got to let them get that piss and vinegar out of their system too before you put them in the net. Or oh my God, they're just ridiculous. And you're right, slime rocket is the or slime dart. That is the term. I mean, they are just slick. It is nuts. You guys ever catch a bowfin? Do you have bowfin down there?
Jesus.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I caught my first one last year.
It's like the mix between like a flathead catfish and a snakehead.
Yep.
Like they're just
aren't they like prehistoric?
They are.
It looks like a coelacanth. And for those pull that up, Jimmy. But it's not that kind of podcast, is it?
No, it's not.
All we got is Isaac.
Hey, Joe,
he's upstairs.
Joe Brown, get over here.
Yeah, where the fuck is Joe Brown?
I think he's in Mystic. I think he's hanging out, getting loose. Mystic. He's at Mystic Pizza.
He's at Mystic Pizza.
Loose at Mystic Pizza.
So you've caught a bowfin.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God. They smell like shit. They stink. And they fight so damn hard.
Oh
and
my
they have
God.
Teeth and dude, it is everything in a fish that you would want for a trash fish. Like I don't know if they're edible at all.
Oh,
I'm sure they are.
Yeah, they are. I've seen catch and cooks with them.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Damn.
Are they as good as snakehead? I have never eaten a snakehead, but I hear snakehead are delicious.
We recently were in Crumpton, Maryland. I say recently. This was like last summer. And we're we were in Crumpton, Maryland, and we were in the Chester River, and in there happened to be like the day before we went out, there was a bass tournament and a snakehead tournament at the same time, and somebody had told me that like snakehead, because you're not supposed to release them. You're not supposed to release them, but you can sell them for like $18 a pound.
Yes.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's a delicacy to some folks.
Yeah, and they say it's a good eating fish. You know, I honestly in the last like year I've been like, yeah, we're gonna limit what we eat for freshwater fish, just because where I am in the country, our freshwater bodies of water are heavily polluted with like, as Sean would say, shit that would give you dick cancer, like awful.
Yeah. I mean, you're on the East Coast, dude. It's a bunch of industry.
Yep.
I mean, come on.
They got to dump their shit somewhere and then make it everybody else's problem.
Yep.
So.
Like every single body of water within, and every single body of water in southwestern Pennsylvania is no more than 2 meals a month.
Yeah, that's about what they say up here. And by a meal, they mean like a 5-ounce serving.
Correct.
And I don't know if anybody's noticed this about me.
That means don't eat it.
Yeah.
No, where were you going with that one, Bobby, before Zach rudely cut you off?
I was going to say, I don't know if anybody's noticed, but I'm not exactly a 5-ounce serving kind of guy.
Right.
You know?
No, nobody is.
Yeah.
Nobody eats an actual serving of food and goes, well, that's good enough. No, they eat until they feel like they're going to puke, and they're like,
I hear they
that's good enough.
I hear they do in Europe.
Guess where we're at?
I hear their cups are like this big, dude.
I'm not in Europe. I am a consumer, baby.
It's the truth. It's the truth.
That's what I do. You throw any big baits, Bobby?
I do. I like a lot of the big wake baits.
Okay.
I've been toying around with some glide baits, just like common stuff like S waivers and things like that. Nothing crazy. Yeah. And then I've also been fooling around with some of the soft plastic swim baits, the big ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I am a like big hard bait only kind of guy. I'm not big on big soft swim baits.
Yeah.
Hard what?
Big hard baits.
Big hard baits.
That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. I wanted to feel like I was in a Chevy truck commercial from 2000.
Exactly.
But so the reason I bring it up is it is a segue.
Yeah.
But we do offer like a more expensive offering.
Yep.
I didn't get to discuss it. We do offer the Dark Horse Tackle Quarterly.
Now, when did this become an offering? How recent is this?
It became a thing. It became a thing whenever I bought Jason White out of the business and destroyed the People's Champ box.
Yes, we
gotcha.
The People's Champ box was great. It really was. The problem with the People's Champ box is that it was a monthly service, and it was just me trying to find a dude to paint baits, and
gotcha.
I didn't want to be like, oh yeah, dude. We were offering painting services for $75 a month. We weren't offering baits like. Every month, dude, we throw in a KO or a knot, whatever you want to call them in. But we're trying to promote the pan, you know?
Exactly.
It was more or less about, I don't know what it was. It was like a proverbial dick measuring contest for somebody. I don't really know. But
it didn't work.
It did not work. So the Dark Horse Tackle Quarterly is sold in a wooden box that is engraved with this month, this quarter, it's 1 out of 15.
Yep.
The box this month, it's gonna vary in price.
Oh yeah.
These are the focus is drop bait guys. We want to get guys that are like, hey, on August 3rd at 8:32 p.m. Mongolia time.
Yep. My
website will have 20 of these available.
Yeah.
That's what we want. So what we did is like I'm gonna show the beefsters we're the jig heads. I still think beef stirs is cooler, but whatever. I'm going to show it off. So we've got a wooden one knocker. It is a wooden with a one knocker, about a 5 to 6 inch topwater walking bait.
Okay. Hand carved.
Yep, hand carved by Beastie Baits.
Spook style bait for all of those you on podcasts.
Yep.
Big spook. We worked with one of the heavyweights in the game. OGs, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
We worked with Jeremy over at Black Dog Bait Company.
Oh, okay.
And this is the Shell Cracker. It is a 4-inch bluegill bodied crank down wake bait.
Yep.
It's a jointed bait. It is not meant to glide. It is meant to be reeled in.
And it's loud.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's my kind of big bait.
Right. And speaking of being reeled in, and speaking of being loud, and speaking of making noise, we've got the Expedition Baits Silly Sally. I'm getting there. I had to show the sticker. So this, oh Jesus, I'm just taking it out.
That's beautiful, man.
Dude, this guy's insane. I think Expedition Baits might be one of my favorite bait makers of all time.
Mm-hmm.
This is
this kid gets it, and I say kid because
he's a kid. He's like 19.
That's awesome.
A kid in age, but not a kid in town.
And the paint jobs are remarkable. The clear coat's like glass. There's no clear coat in the joints.
So what we did here is we got
Take it away, Zach.
We got rid of a box that was held under a monthly constraint.
Yeah.
We got rid of that box because here's the deal. If you want something good, if you want something great, if you're one of those guys that wants to pay top dollar for something,
yep.
All right, that shit takes time.
Oh yeah.
It takes time for us.
Yep.
It takes time for the bait makers. The whole way down the line, it takes time. So we moved it to a quarterly deal so that the guys we're talking to that are making the baits, they have no less than 3.5, 4 months
to figure it out and get together. Yeah.
So, and that's what we did. And honestly, I mean, it's a labor of love, man.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding you.
It's a labor of love.
I'm not afraid to say it. I think we make
$10,
$12 per box.
Yeah.
This is nothing but it's flashy, right?
Yeah.
It's
I'll tell you what it is. It's fucking cool. Dude.
Exactly.
That's exactly it. Yep.
So, and with the quarterly being discussed right now, we offer a golden ticket with our Weekend Warrior box and our quarterlies. And what the golden ticket is, for our Weekend Warrior box, we send 3 golden tickets out.
Yep.
And amongst all the people that get the Weekend Warrior box, there are 3 people of all the subscribers that will open their box and they'll be like, hey, what the hell is this golden ticket?
Correct. And what the golden ticket is
no Oompa Loompas, though.
Right. 0 Oompa Loompas, 0 chocolate fountains.
Unless you want to be an Oompa Loompa.
Hey.
I'd make a great Oompa Loompa.
I think it'd be funny. But anyways, so the winner of a golden ticket for the Weekend Warrior box gets essentially like a Weekend Warrior box and like an overbuilt, like overstock box. Like we
just send them a shit ton of baits.
Yeah, we're just sending you a bunch of baits. But for the quarterly, it's more serious. So the box that I just showed you is valued close to $200. What is it? 190?
Yeah, 190.
190.
Actually, I think it's 187.
Ooh. So with that being said, I hate that. That's such a weird number.
Yeah, but I've got the math symbols floating in my head all the time.
He is Zach Galifianakis in The Hangover right now.
I hear you.
He's doing poker.
Does the real Caesar live there?
Yeah. The golden ticket winner for the quarterly gets a whole different deal. The bait in my hand. This is a Clutch Swim Baits boss. This is big. I think it's 8 inches. It's bigger than my hand.
Yeah,
it's bigger than mine.
Yep. Throw it. Hey, Jimmy, cut that out. But there it is. There it is. I love that that's a guy snoring, but anyway.
We waited this whole time for you to make that noise.
Oh, so the Clutch Swim Baits Boss is such a nice bait that I actually have it tattooed on my arm.
Oh, shit. Okay.
But it's an $180 bait. I think
$175.
$175. Yeah. $175 bait.
Yeah.
Josh, quit bloviating.
If you buy, all you have to do is buy the quarterly. So you have a 1 in 15 chance of winning it. Like, and that goes for anybody, dude. Like, we're not giving these boxes to anybody.
No.
At all. They have to be bought.
We've got pro staff members that have bought the quarterly. We've got people that aren't pro staff that have bought the quarterly, and nobody gets a break. Nobody gets a deal.
Yeah.
You pay the full price, and that means that all of you are eligible to win. And what we do is I get a phone and I point it down at a box, and I roll a 16-sided die in a box.
Yep.
And
that's
whatever
the
number comes up, that's it.
Dungeons and Dragons.
That's awesome.
Oh, that's tough.
I love it because it's more engaging than just a subscription box. I didn't realize that you guys did it both on the Weekend Warrior and at the quarterly box. That's awesome.
Yes.
The quarterly makes so much sense because you're right. You're buying baits that are at a whole other price point. And actually, for some people, if they're looking to get into that it can be a little daunting. They're like, well, what do I do? And somebody's going to say, oh, you got to go buy a Joey Lanciotti. Oh, you got to go and buy a Mr. Tightlines. Oh, you got to go and get your hands. You're not throwing it if you're not throwing a Spro Rat. You got to do this. And all this shit's awesome, but like if you put together, you get to go back in time to where you're like, I'm just putting together a tackle box. The quarterly is a good thing for you. Because if you're going to drop, you're basically dropping the amount of, and it fluctuates quarter to quarter based on what's in the box. But you're basically spending the amount that you would on like one really good bait, and you're getting a couple in there.
Guys, I'll tell you what. The thing that set it off for me was I'm a huge fan of Working Class Zero. Mm-hmm. I'm a huge fan of Mike Gilbert. Yep. I'm a huge fan of the JDM tackle industry.
Yep.
The amount of honor that the Japanese tackle industry has amongst themselves, it's a statement of pride. Correct. It is a statement of pride. And I got into I was always on Working Class Zero's email list. And one day I just happened to check my email and they were like, hey, we've got DRT, Joy Thief, whatever, Tiny Clashes. That's what it was. Tiny Clashes dropping in 10 minutes. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to buy one.
Yeah.
I'm going to buy one. I didn't have a swim bait setup. I didn't have a swim bait reel. I didn't have any of that shit. I did have $80 to buy the bait.
Sure.
So that's what I did. I bought it. And then my dad actually, not only have I been raised to be a tournament angler, my father, grandfather, and uncle, my dad manages a boat dealership that's also a tackle shop.
Oh, there you go.
Right. Like my entire life, I've been involved in this fishing industry. Yep. So like I kind of have, like an understanding of what's going on sometimes, when I'm not in a tizzy and I'm just losing it. But, I hit up my dad. I'm like, dude, do you guys have any like 8-foot rods? And he's like, oh yeah, we've got this Daiwa Coastal 200 and we've got this Daiwa, it's a DX SB swim bait rod. It's like $100 rod, dude.
Yeah.
Daiwa king.
And I will listen, I will fight tooth and nail on behalf of Daiwa. I love Daiwa.
Oh yeah.
We are Daiwa guys. And I think that's why I get along with Zach so well, because the last business partner was a Shimano guy.
And we just can't have that. we're just can't.
You know what? Hey, if I'm going to throw 1,000 casts with you, the last thing I want to hear every cast is beep.
Yeah.
It doesn't even backlash, dude. Look at this thing. It doesn't even backlash.
No, we love you no matter what reel you throw.
Exactly.
If you got a cane pole,
yep,
you can still order from Dark Horse Tackle.
I just hate the sound of it.
Shut up, Josh.
Okay. Shut up, Josh. That is enough of that.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, no shade. It's just, sometimes the DC noise isn't my thing.
I hear what you're saying. No, but I'm with you, man. Like I I've thrown. Have I thrown a DC reel? I don't think I ever have. You know, I don't really see the appeal. I don't like it's the preset mentality. You know what I mean? This, or this.
It's gonna make me better. It's gonna make me better, Bobby.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, I mean, I've some folks. I had somebody. There was actually a message that I had gotten on our Facebook page, and it was a listener of the show asking about getting into a baitcaster for the first time and what we would recommend, like what, you know. So I was like, really, I hate to tell you brands because you're going to like what you're going to like, you know?
I don't. I don't
either.
If you are brand new to a baitcaster, do yourself a favor, get a 103 Tatula. Just freaking do it. Get a Daiwa Tatula 103.
Yep.
Get it.
That's an SV, but they are going out of stock.
SV.
That's like a 2017 model.
Yeah, there's an upgrade coming, I believe.
Yeah, well,
who knows what
Dai was doing a lot with SV. Yeah. Get yourself a Tatula 100.
Yeah.
Especially with
like the 103.
Okay, well, it's Obama's not president anymore, Zach.
Son of a bitch.
So I know, but in today's day and age of fishing, Shimano just came out with their Corrado M, right?
Yeah.
It's going to retail for like $269 or $289.
Yep.
It's comparable to a Tatula 100 that sells for $169. Do yourself a favor.
And that's what the issue was. Is he came to it with I'm looking at like a $200 expense total.
Right.
Total. No rod and reel. So
yeah.
I told him, I was like, I go specs wise, and he was looking at throwing the whole gambit. He wanted to throw some smaller, big swim baits, as well as being able to throw like crankbaits and jigs. So I told him, I'm like, you're asking that rod to do a shit ton of work. And I said, so what I'm going to recommend to you would be like the workhorse. And I basically just worded it saying like, what I think you should do is get between a 7'3" or a 7'6", medium heavy, fast.
Yep.
I said, basically whatever line you're comfortable with, whatever brand you're comfortable with, go for it. I said, and I even told him, I said, as far as brands go, like I like Shimano. I also like 13. Like I like the Concept A line a lot. I think it holds a torch to the Corrado that I have,
Oh, dude, for $180
for the price, especially, like,
and they're bulletproof.
I love them, and
he's holding part of a 13 fishing rod.
I don't know. I've never used a 13 rod.
I have. They break.
Yeah,
I have. And no. You know what? I had a 13 rod, and I abused this thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I abused it.
Yeah.
I abused it. And when I say I abused it, I mean, like, I held a phone book up to it and punched it in the face. Like, I abused this thing. And it did really well. And it broke, but now it's an excellent back scratcher.
They're amazing. There's always a positive side. But what I said for the reel was, I'm going to do you solid, and I'm not going to recommend the reels that I like. I'm going to recommend to you that you buy a reel that has an external braking system for your first one. I think that is critical, because it's one of those things. I feel like you can make the adjustments that you need to, and do what you got to do. But that rod will serve you well enough for almost anything. It's a little bit longer, so it doesn't have to be super moderate because it's got that extra tip. There's going to be a little bit more play up that far, but you're still going to have the backbone to do some shit,
I tell people 7'3" medium heavy.
Yeah.
And the reason why is because 7-footers are starting to get technique specific.
Yes.
10 years ago, I would have told you 7-foot medium heavy.
Yep.
But 7'3" is now becoming that all around.
Yeah, it's like that workhorse.
He wanted to throw glide baits. I do have one he could possibly throw. This is an era of baits. Dude, this thing's the size of my finger.
That's crazy.
It's insane.
What's it made of? Is it resin or is it wood? It looks like
resin.
Wood. Oh, it is resin.
Dude,
That's garage built.
it's garage built, right? It is the most
awesome.
overbuilt little bait I've ever seen in my life.
Of course.
It's got NRB coated hooks.
Shut up.
Little tiny, yes, as you can tell, little tiny slick babies. Like this dude is insane. But I've had people hit up the DMs. Hey, I see you posted a lot of Daiwa. I see this. I'm trying to get into this. I want to get this.
Mm-hmm.
I fish nearly exclusively, as far as rods go, Evergreen combat sticks and Daiwa Rebellion rods.
Yep.
So I sent him a DM. I'm like, yeah, I these are the two I use. Those are nearly $200.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, yeah. I mean, yeah, man. Like, dude, those are cheap.
Yeah.
Well, here's the deal. With whether it be a rod or a reel, or if you go and do the dirty thing and buy a whole combo, like it's like the first girl that you ever asked out to the dance.
Yeah.
Or the guy that you asked out to the dance. I don't. This is America, baby. Live how you want to live.
Yep.
But
Brandon, if you're listening.
But so anyways, you have to get in somewhere.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And if $100 is what you have to get in with,
yeah, then just get into it.
Maybe get in.
Yeah.
Please.
Like get in, get the best you can get.
Yep.
For what you have, give it a go, and you're gonna know. And you're gonna make it work. Like, listen, if all you can get is a spinning reel and a freaking ugly stick, like from Walmart,
make it work. Yeah.
Get it.
Dude,
get it.
I'll tell you.
Because that's where I started. Yeah. How many of us started there?
Right.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I used? You know what the combo I used to win that tournament when I was 12 was?
Oh, I can only imagine.
It was a 5-gear ratio, bottom of the line, $30 Fluger, and a 6-foot medium. What's the word? What are the crankbait? Glass.
Oh, fiberglass?
Yeah.
Shit.
6-foot medium glass rod throwing Senkos.
No shit.
Like setting the hook upward. And like Zach said, I made it work. Because that's what I knew. Dude.
So everybody is getting this information all the time. We've got this constant stream. You've got YouTube, you've got social media and everything else. And you're getting this constant stream of
buy this.
What you need to be the best.
You need this.
Listen, man, all you want to do is have fun.
That's exactly it.
And that means you don't have to spend $8 million freaking dollars. Now, hey, listen, if you spend $60 at Walmart and you get a great combo and you catch a bunch of fish, and it means a little bit more to you than it did, 2 weeks ago, and you want to spend a little bit more money, then go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
But listen, I don't care if you're fishing a $20 combo and you're fishing in a pond. Dude, just fish.
Yep.
Just fish. And don't let anybody tell you that it's bullshit.
Yeah. No, you can't.
Because it's freaking not. It's freaking not. Because like there are boys, I guarantee you there are boys out there with a cane pole that'll whip your ass.
Oh yeah. Absolutely right. This actually works right into a staple Jigs and Bigs question. So imagine you guys are back home, in your prospective local areas, and Joe and Sean and myself were in the white Jigs and Bigs. We're in the Wizards Cooch. We're heading down to Pennsylvania and Ohio, respectively. We're going to pick each of you up to fish in your area at a pond that we have no experience with at all. We're just going to surprise you with it. We're going to spend a day, and before we do, you can take your entire tackle box, but we're going to go to your favorite tackle shop, your favorite retailer, and you have to build a brand new with the Jigs and Bigs corporate credit card. You've got to build your one combo to use for the day. What are you doing for rod, reel, and for line?
Easy.
Go ahead, bro.
Go for it.
7'3" Daiwa Rebellion medium heavy fast.
Yep.
And then I'll take It doesn't exist anymore. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry, Zach. It doesn't exist. 7-1, or I don't know if it's 7-3. It's a 7-gear ratio Daiwa Tattoo SV.
Okay. It's a popular reel.
What we're going to do is we're going to throw 16 because they don't make a 15. Yep. We're doing a 16-pound test, straight fluoro, because I feel like I can't go braid to fluoro in this scenario.
Yep. Okay.
16-pound test Daiwa Samurai.
Gotcha.
Fluorocarbon. And that's the combo.
Yeah.
That's
fair.
Covers it all. That's weightless, plastics, that's swim jigs, that's spinnerbaits, whatever you want.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
All right. So what I'm bringing is.
I should have lied and said swim baits only, dude.
What I'm bringing. All right. What I'm bringing is I'm gonna bring a Fluger President spinning reel.
Do you have one of them?
I do. I'm going to bring a Fluger President spinning reel. I am going to attach it to a 7-foot to 7'3" rod.
Mm-hmm.
Bait casting rod?
No.
Okay. I was just.
No, I'm going to put it on a spinning rod. I mean, the spinning reel usually works better with the spinning reel. I haven't yet found the one that you can rotate it over to the other side. But
Diecast 2024.
But anyways.
Make it happen, guys.
That's what I'm going to bring. And the reason why I'm going to bring that is because I can do anything and everything on that rod.
Yeah.
I spend a ridiculous amount of money on reels and rods. Yeah. I like knowing that I have what I feel.
The trade.
I like knowing what I feel is the best. So I'm a millwright. So when I buy a precision tool, it's Starrett. So it's the best you can get. Like, that's it.
No shit.
And I feel the best way. I feel that way about fishing. Like, I want the best. But if I get one and only one, that's what I'm going with. And the reason why I'm going with that is because Fluger Presidents,
underrated.
They're freaking tough.
Yeah.
Underrated.
They're tough as nails.
Also,
Dude,
best bang for your buck.
Yes.
I literally will catch, dude. So like before I learned how to throw a bait caster, I would I'm doing top water with a Fluger President on the exact combo I just spoke about.
Yep.
And I get a top water hit in like a jungle of freaking grass. And when I say a jungle, I mean like there's more weeds than there is water.
Oh yeah.
And I get a hit and it's like a 5-pound fish. All right. It gets hung up in the grass. I literally will pull my boat, my canoe, over to where the fish is by reeling and pulling with the freaking rod.
Absolutely.
And
hey, if it's getting the job done.
So for me, if I get one,
yep,
that's what I'm choosing because I feel like it can do damn near everything.
Yeah. That's why I love that question because you never know. Like, you guys are sitting right next to each other and have completely different, you know, sort of images of what this would be. I mean, that's part of the reason why I love it.
Hey, Bobby, it took me forever to learn how to throw a bait caster, bro.
I'm kind of the same way, man. Like, it really did. It took me forever. And then
one of my favorite questions.
Yeah.
Because every time Zach and I go fishing, every time we will go fish the same place and we will go to 2 completely different areas every single time.
Yep.
Every single time. We'll fish 2 separate areas. We'll fish 2 separate presentations.
And 2 separate speeds and 2 separate ways. And
Correct.
That's
I fish
awesome.
fast, dude.
Yeah.
Like very, very fast.
Not me.
He does not. And one of my favorite questions to ask people, if you could pick 2, you can't dial it down to one.
To one single one, yeah. 2
baits, gun to your head. Oh, man. You got to catch fish. You know, you catch a fish, you get $1 million. It doesn't matter what the price is. What 2 baits? What 2 baits do you want to take to any body of water that you think could catch fish?
Swim jig, Ned rig.
Swim jig, Ned rig. Okay.
Ooh, nice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Me? All right, this is gonna. So this is gonna go against Dark Horse Tackle, but I'm gonna.
That's okay. That's okay.
I'm gonna take, and the only reason why the only reason why I feel like it goes against Dark Horse Tackle a little bit is because I need one of you small bait makers to replace this bait for me.
Oh,
I need you to replace this bait for me. But I am taking a Strike King Rage Shad.
Oh, okay.
And I am also going to take a fluke.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay.
It could be a Zoom fluke. My favorite fluke is from Jaw Tech. It's called the Little Shad. He stopped
KO Shad.
No.
Oh no, the Little Shad.
It's called the Little Shad. But Colt stopped making it. Colt.
Oh Jesus.
Shots fired.
Shots fired.
Yeah, dude. Holy shit.
I love you, Colt. I do. I love you, but you stopped making the Little Shad. And that bait is freaking amazing. But those are the two baits. And the reason why is anybody that runs a fluke, that the Little Shad from Jaw Tech just happens to be my favorite fluke. Yeah. If you run a fluke, you know what they can do. They're ridiculous. They're ridiculous.
Mine.
You can do whatever the hell you want with a fluke, however you want, wherever you want, no matter what you want.
Now,
any year, any time, whatever, it doesn't matter. And then the Rage Shad, you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it. The guy that invented that thing was a freaking genius.
Was that Ken Park?
I can't remember his name, dude, but it's a soft plastic buzz bait. It comes through everything and anything.
You mean like a buzz toad or like a goat
dude,
style?
I implore you.
So
Bobby, I will send you a link to show. I will send you a picture of what they look like.
Yeah.
It is.
I can show you right now with my hands.
I love
buzz
bait.
It's a diamond shaped body and a gigantic J shaped tail with the Rage.
I gotcha. So
Steve Parks, not Ken. He's gonna pull it out before I get to talk about my baits. Jesus.
See that's right. Okay.
Break it.
Yep.
It's thick. It's a thick old dick.
It is. That's a thick old girl.
Yeah.
Any of you listening or watching, jig heads, whatever, you're welcome.
No, but seriously, try it. It's a pretty serious bait. But mine is a hybrid. This is interesting. I like it. It's a hybrid between Bobby and Zach. I'm taking a black and blue football jig, 1/2 ounce, with any kind of active trailer. Whatever, doesn't matter what brand it is. Doesn't matter. Anything that can undulate.
Yep.
And then I'm taking a weightless Senko or whatever stick bait, I'm sorry.
Exactly.
A weightless stick worm. So the 1/2 ounce football jig, we put football jigs in a box in May. And a lot of people think football jigs, summer, rock piles, deep water.
Definitely rocks. Yeah, for sure. Not really.
But not really, right? Like
or more versatile.
It's flipping jig. You can still flip it, dude. You can.
Oh yeah.
You can still flip, pitch, hit docks. You can do whatever with it. And then with the active trailer, if I need to swim it, Bobby, I'm swimming it. But then when it comes to the Senko part of it, I mean, dude, I talked to Zach for like 30 minutes about the way that I fish a Senko at my home body of water.
30 minutes. 30 minutes. You're calling that 30 minutes.
It's probably been at
least. Honey, it wasn't 30 minutes.
It was 3 hours.
It's a lot of ways you can fish a Senko, and it was just being thorough.
Right. I was just covering my bases.
Or neurotic.
I'll tell you this. I have an erotic asphyxiation with the Senko.
I mean, after that experience with the first tournament win, I mean,
dude,
you set the bar kind of high.
That's it. That's it. People always sit there. Why do you always throw a Senko? My best friend, he's a tournament angler as well.
Yep.
Eddie. He fished the same tournament I did. every time he's always like, man, he's like, dude, you just whack them on Senkos. And I'm like, it's like when you're at World War II and you peel your helmet off and see that picture of your wife. Mine's a Senko.
Yeah. No, I fish a Senko often. It gets to a certain point in the year and I'm just like, there's always going to be one tied on. I have a handful of different combos that will lend itself toward it. So yeah, it's funny.
While we're talking, I actually got a question for you.
Fire away.
So I know you boys are heavy on fresh baits.
Oh yeah.
So what do you think about the fresh bait stick?
I fucking love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Oh my God. So a little bit of backstory. I got my hands.
Let's have it.
I got my hands on a color that, and we were talking to Tony last episode about this. I think it was the Springfield Sportsman Show. They had rolled in and they had like the whole crew with them. And they were gracious enough to give the show this big freaking pile of baits. And in there were some of the worms, some of the 5-inch stick baits. And I learned last week they also have a 6, which is a little bit girthier as well. But the colors are
girth
insane.
is what matters.
Well, with this bait, there was this color, and it was. Do I have a stick bait here on my desk? I do. To look at it, right? This is a Senko right here, but to look at it, it would just look like a dark Senko. When that bitch hits the water, you see this swirl pattern of a dark green pumpkin and basically black and blue flake wrapped around one another. And it looks, it has that, you know how like the Rapala Fire Tiger jerk baits, like they have that black like diamond pattern on the green back of it. It looks like that. It looks like that. It is amazing. And I've had these things just get smacked. Unbelievably. It's killer. I love that bait. The real hero for fresh baits, and it's as far as, and actually I killed him on it today. Hellamite.
Oh, the Hellamite.
The Hellamite.
Yeah. We have the Hellamite.
Yeah, we featured the Hellamite once.
Yeah, so good.
And I love fresh baits, and I will tell you this. So we had a small fish only tournament at one point.
Oh, all right.
Pink City, baby.
Zach won. Zach was not owner at the time, but I actually learned during that tournament that the fish I was calling dinks were actually like 14 inches.
Oh, wow. All right. Yeah.
It was one of the things like,
so the tournament was, they had to be 10 inches or under.
Yeah, they had to be 10 inches or under.
Oh, all right.
I brought my board out and I was throwing the fresh baits Hellamite because I was like, oh yeah, like the small fish are going to smoke this. So I'm like throwing it out, setting the hook on fish, measured it. I'm like 13 3/4. Huh. Threw it back, cast back out, caught another one. I'm like 14 1/2. And I'm like, dude, I'm sitting here calling these fish dinks. I'm an asshole. FTG to me.
Yeah. That's like, something right there.
Like there are people out there who are like, I need to catch a 14 1/2 incher, and I'm just setting a hook on them left and right. Like,
oh yeah.
Speaking of 14 inchers, Bobby, I'm freaking out, man. I got a tournament tomorrow.
Yeah, you do. So do I.
Midsummer Mayhem.
So I'm glad you brought that up. I'm real glad you brought that up. So I went out to I haven't fished this pond in about a decade. Ironically, this is the place where I first fished with Sean. I first fished from a kayak, and I first ever threw a bait caster. And
it's the virgin pond.
It is the virgin pond. And I went in there today, and in 90 minutes I caught 6. I was me trying to dial in a pattern. It's been a long time since I've been there. I wanted to see where about the weeds were. I wanted to see if there was any wood that was, I should pay attention to, all this kind of stuff. And I pretty much went out there just kind of like zip around with my side scan and take a look and see what I could see. Well, I just saw a bunch of grass, and that made me very happy. So I went out and I threw my first presentation, about my 5th or 6th cast, hooked into a largemouth. Great. Yeah. I go and I follow that weed line because that's what my plan was. Following this weed line around, I throw this again. It's not working. So I switch baits up. I start throwing some topwater because they're hitting all over the place. I happen to throw the Jig Masters mini buzz bait. The micro buzz. Ooh. Oh yeah.
Micro buzz, baby.
Micro buzz is that's speaking my language. They didn't want it. I threw a buzz toad. It was actually the Crocagator, the trailer that came with yours.
How loud is the fucking Crocagator X-Bite buzzbait?
How loud that buzzbait is ridiculous. It's so loud. It's so loud. So they didn't want that. I then switched to a Senko in a color I thought would lend itself to be a good thing. I caught this one.
Nice.
Woo, baby.
16 and 3/4 inch. I didn't weigh 16 and 3/4 inch. Yep.
That fish, I guarantee you,
it looks fatty.
2 pounds.
Nah,
2 pounds and 14 ounces.
Oh, but yeah, I'd say probably just under 3. But yeah, that was an absolute tank. And so I catch this fish. I follow Sean's rule when it comes to pre-fishing and checking out baits, just to find out if it's a pattern or not. Is this just a fluke or is it a pattern? So I confirmed that we had a pattern. I put that bait aside. I then shifted gears and threw a Hellemite in a particular color that I felt lent its kind of merits here. And within 3 casts, I caught 2 more. Again, that bait gets cut off. I go and just to get cute, I throw my go-to swim jig, which has only been my go-to swim jig this year after looking at some records. But I start throwing this around, and I get one of the most violent bites right at the boat. Just unbelievable. And what I'm trying to do with that swim jig is I'm looking for a bigger fish. I'm trying to see if I can, because the first one I measured was 11. The other, that 16 and a half, then the other ones that I had were all right around 12 and 12 and a half, somewhere around there. And this little bass that hit my swim jig was right at that 12-inch mark. So that would have counted. So I feel pretty good. The problem is this. I had absolutely 0 cell service where I was. And the problem is I can't check in from the pond via the app. So I'm going to a body of water I've never fished before.
Ooh, good luck, brother.
Yeah.
It's tough.
No, but that's cool.
It is tough.
It is.
That's fucking cool. I gotta tell you, so I've got my lake. I've got my lake that I fish. That it's the lake that makes the most sense to me. It's about a 4,000 acre lake.
Oh, there you go.
And
yeah.
It's 45 minutes from my house.
Yep.
And that is the lake that makes the most sense, for financial reasons and time and everything else. It's just the one that makes the most sense to me. When I go to Josh's house for a pack day or whatever,
we hit up the old HOAs. I am the HOA assassin. I don't care.
We got ponds and everything else that we hit. You know what I mean? But like, the shit gets old. Like it does.
Pond fishing gets old.
It gets old. So like what you're talking about, I know it's scary because it's a tournament and there's a little bit on the line.
Yeah.
But holy fuck, man. If you get to fish a new body of water, dude, balls out, dude. Let's
do it. That's exactly it. I'm just fishing, Fuck
yeah, dude. Let's go.
It'll be interesting. The thing is with this, the fucking real wild card here is that we're supposed to get severe thunderstorms all day tomorrow.
Ooh.
So that may limit. Yeah, that may limit my day. That may limit my day a little bit.
You're what? You're 8 to 4, just like I am, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And I think they start like sometime early in the morning, and then they carry on all the way through the day, and it's like 80 to 100% chance of thunderstorms. So we'll see what happens. It should be interesting. I'm going to stay close by the ramp as much as I can if I got to duck out. and sit in the truck for a little bit and then launch after the storm passes or whatever it's got to be. But that was the issue.
I do encourage anybody that's listening.
Yeah, be safe.
keep your notifications on your phone on. Make sure you got a good weather app, and make sure you're listening, because literally it can look okay at 1 second, and 5 minutes later you're fucked.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
So
when you start
and have a plan, have a plan. Like
that's
a plan.
Exactly
like,
it.
There's a spot on my lake where I know that. So there's like this spot where you can get the fuck out of your boat, and you can get. They got like there's a little picnic table there and everything, but you can get off the water and like into some cover, and at least be slightly more safe.
Exactly.
But like, have a plan, be safe, because it can get real bad real quick. And
doesn't take much.
No, it doesn't.
If you've ever seen
your line float,
no, not your line float. If you've ever seen a bass fishing rod or any kind of fishing rod blown up by lightning, that shit'll
like a banana.
Dude, it looks like, you remember in the cartoons where like Bugs Bunny would put his finger in the gun.
Yep.
And it blow up.
Oh yeah, and it would just be all frayed and crazy. Yeah,
that's what it looks like.
It's no joke.
Yep, it's a million pieces. It's bad news bears.
I think it was Alex Rudd. I think when we had him on the show, he told a story about, I think he was fishing with his dad. And he was young. I think he was like maybe somewhere between 10 and 13, something like that. And they were just having a killer day, and a storm rolled in where they were fishing. And he goes, he's like, my dad stuffed me in the rod locker. And like, we just went, And it was crazy. He's like, I didn't know what the hell was going on. It was nuts. And I was like, that is the scariest shit I can imagine.
It's a dangerous place to be.
It really is. Yeah, you don't want to be out there when you're dealing with, thunderstorms. It's crazy. You hear that thunder in the background.
Last year it happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
I was out on my lake, and like I was watching the weather. I kind of saw the front moving through, but fronts have a tendency to like roll around this lake. They just I've been doing it for years, and they have a tendency to just roll around the lake, and you don't really have to worry. This time it didn't, and I literally had 5 minutes from the notification on my phone about lightning to I could not see anymore.
Yeah,
no shit, that's rough.
Yes, and I literally could not see anymore. The only reason why I was able to get the hell off the lake, I'm in a canoe. I don't have a motor. I'm literally just paddling.
Yep.
Like, the only reason why I was able to get the hell off the water is because I had a plan, and because I knew where I was going to go.
Yep.
If something bad happened.
Yep.
Yeah.
So like, that's a big deal. And honestly, so Bobby, I've done a little homework. Like whenever you asked us to come on the podcast, like I've done a little homework, like, and I listened to a lot of your podcasts.
Yep.
All of
them. And
all 174.
Yeah, I'm a little, I do homework.
We appreciate that, man. Thank you.
And I heard you guys talking about the PFDs.
Oh yeah.
I'll be honest with you, I'm not a guy that ever puts PFD on. It's not required.
Yeah.
In my state, and I just don't do it.
Mm-hmm.
But like the more I think about it, and the more I look at the situations and what could possibly freaking happen, and now that I'm 44 years old and realizing where my body could give out on me when I'm not expecting it, like I actually ordered myself a PFD. I ordered one that I could wear that's not going to screw myself up. So good on you guys. Good on you guys for making that a deal. I actually got disqualified from a tournament this spring.
Yep.
That's right.
Because
they
required it.
I didn't have a PFD on, and like I was just trying to boost the whole hype about the tournament and everything. And I caught a banger. Like I caught it was like 23 inches. It was a big bass.
Oh shit, that's a good fish.
And it would have won me the tournament.
Yeah. Oh no.
And so like I held the thing up and I took a picture of it, like, right. And the tournament had its own like Facebook like group chat where everybody was like talking and everything else. And I posted the picture, and then I get a DM from the tournament director, and he was like, "Hey, so you weren't wearing a PFD, so
you're done."
I've heard of that happening up here. Like where they're just like somebody will take, they want to take a picture and they have like sponsors or something on their shirt or whatever, and they want to show it off like that, and they're like, it ends up screwing them.
Well, but here's the deal. Like, listen, like you could have a heart attack, man. I hope you don't, but you could.
Yeah.
You could have a stroke. Something could happen to you. And it really doesn't matter. So I actually, after listening to you guys talk about it and what happened to me this spring and everything else, like that's a good thing you guys are doing. And
there's no doubt this dude doesn't have high blood pressure.
Like, dude, you're looking at the face of high blood pressure. Jesus Christ, come on.
But no, it's a good thing you guys are doing, and I would, as somebody who would rather not be
held down by constraints.
That's right. I would rather not be constrained. I just want to be free balling out there on the water. Like,
I hear you.
Just do yourself a favor and do put the PFD on.
Yep.
If you don't like it, if you don't like the constraints, spend a little extra money, get the automatic inflatable one.
Oh yeah, that's what I use.
Yeah, there's not going to be anything on you. But no, I actually really appreciated that, listening to you guys and you guys talking about it, and that's a good deal. Like, that's a good deal, especially with what we're talking about and weather and everything. Like, you don't know what the fuck's going to happen. Dude, it only takes once.
You got to think, if they lost a jig head,
that's right.
Game over.
Yeah, we don't want to lose a jig head.
We don't want to lose a beefster. We don't want to lose a jig head.
Exactly. We can't have that shit.
I've got a nice little mustad too that when I fish tournaments, I just slap it on and call it a day.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't take much, and I think that's the name of the game. So we got to wrap this up in Jigs and Bigs style. So what I need from you guys is each 2 fishing stories, right? Okay. I need like if you were to go to an event like a wedding or something like that, and you're at the bar or something, and someone says, "Hey man, I heard you fish." Like, what's that story that you would share? The catch that you're most proud of, like whatever it is, that one that you would lead with. That we want that story, but then we also want the biggest epic fail, the biggest one.
Zach's dying. Dialed in. I'm dialed in. I got this.
Perfect.
So my womp womp. I'll start with the womp womp.
Okay.
I'll start with the news. I have caught double-digit fish. I have seen 3 double-digit fish in my lifetime. Weighed, scaled, whole 9 yards. I was throwing a motion fishing seeker last year, and I hooked a double-digit fish, and I'm working it in, just reeling it in, blah blah blah, whole 9 yards. I get it all the way up to the bank. It's running to my left, so I'm trying to keep pressure on it. I'm walking with it, doing the whole deal.
Yep.
And it immediately switches to my right, and I keep it. I keep it on. It's still on. Inevitably, I'm losing this fish, right?
Yeah.
But I'm doing everything I can do.
Oh yeah, it's all you can do.
Once it gets to the bank, it's anyone's game.
Yeah,
and it's just on and off. Just up and down, left and right. It's a freaking GTA cheat code, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on, so I just say fuck it. Grab the line. I've got the fish held down on the line.
Yep.
I go down to pick it up. I grab it by the mouth. The bait comes out. It shakes. I let go.
Oh my God. That must have
it
played
wasn't
back.
necessarily a let go.
Yeah.
But it was more or less that big ass fish
Shook right out of your grip.
took itself right
Kick
out.
your ass.
Yeah.
He said no. He said no.
I can
No.
only imagine that must have been like the slowest of slow motion filters. You're
Oh
like,
my God.
no.
Oh my God. It was, it might have been,
Yeah.
it might have been 2 minutes. It was 30 minutes in my life.
Yeah.
It was 30 minutes of my life was gone. Like, I'm going to die an earlier death because of that fish.
Yeah, that sucks.
Dude, the highest of the highs, man. My actual high OPB, I remember I used to spend time in my dad's barn and I would steal baits left and right.
Sure.
Because, well, he had all the cool artificial baits and I was a poor 13-year-old.
Yep.
And after I caught that 3-pounder when I was like 12, 13, 11, whatever it was, I got hooked. So I started throwing artificials. I was throwing a Zara spook in the middle of the day one day during the summer. It was freshman going into sophomore year. So I was 15. I was throwing a Zara spook and I had a 10-pound, 2-ounce bass blow up in the middle of the freaking pond right on the bait. And
shit.
I scaled it. It was 10-2. This was the before the cell phone era. This was the pre-influencer era. This was 2005. So
disposable camera era.
I mean, dude, like my buddy had a Motorola Razr and took a picture of it, and
it's hot garbage.
Looked like Minecraft.
I'm familiar.
I caught a griefer from Minecraft. So no, that was it though. Like, dude, like I hooked this fish, and I told my best friend who's like total city slicker. Like he always jokes about like fishing with hot dogs. His name's Colin. He always jokes about only fishing with hot dogs, and he'll be like, "Oh, what do you think the best brand of hot dog to fish with is?" Like that's his shtick.
Yeah.
I set the hook, the fish blew up, and I was like, dude, this is it. Like, this is the biggest fish I've ever hooked in my life. And fortunately, I had a scale, broke my rod, hand lined him in, whole 9 yards.
Shit.
Called my dad, Dad, I caught a 10-pounder. Oh my God, I'm freaking out. And he's like, you're full of shit.
Of course he is.
Yeah,
so you got 30 minutes. I'm going to text you this picture, and you're going to see this freaking creeper. That's
Exactly. You know what? In about an hour and a half, you'll see what I'm talking about, you asshole. But yeah, dude, I'm telling you, that was just another thing, man. I mean, I think as far as fishing goes, like pretty much like 1 out of 3 trips just locks it in again.
Oh,
you have a couple bad trips and you're like, this shit sucks.
Yep.
This shit sucks. And then you walk the creek with a couple of your best friends and you're like, you know what? This ain't too bad. Exactly.
It's just there's so much more to it, and that's one of the other things too. It's like I love the community that fishing has. Yep. It's magic. It really is. Zach, 100%. What about you? What's your yin and yang story?
All right, so my PB, 7 pounds, 8 ounces.
Nice. It's a big fish.
Out of Lake Arthur.
Fuck.
Lake Arthur is often referred to by people in Pennsylvania as the Dead Sea.
Oh, all right.
Lies.
It's lies.
Clearly, yeah.
Now, what happened with this is this was like in September. And in September, like all the grass starts dying back, and it gets pretty shitty. And fuck geese.
Yeah, fuck geese
because they poop all over the water, and it's fucking nasty. But that's what was going on here. And I was running at that time. I was running they don't make it anymore, but it was called a Trixie Shad by Reaction Innovations.
Oh, okay.
And it's meant to be a swim bait, but I was running it like I run things on the top of the water.
Yep.
And I ran it. I saw something move. I saw a piece of grass move just a little bit, and I killed it. I let it die, and it went down. Something grabbed it. I set the hook. All I ever saw was the back of this fish. The back of this fish was 24 inches.
Jesus
just
Christ.
the back of it. It definitely was a muskie. 100%, it definitely was a freaking muskie. Just the way it acted and everything else. And I got it pretty close to the boat, maybe 10 feet from the boat. And obviously it cut my line. I never got it.
Yeah.
I immediately retied. I threw right back to the same spot. I did exactly the same thing. I ran the bait hard on the top of the water, killed it exactly the same spot. And a fish hit it, and it was a 7-pound, 8-ounce bass.
Wow.
So I guess these two were just hanging out together.
Huh.
And that was like the world heard me that day. Like, I was very excited. I
love that.
And that's actually what sealed the deal with me. And if you ask Josh, I have a tendency to fish fast. And when I say I fish fast, I fish fast.
Yeah.
Like I'm going to war. Like it almost doesn't make sense how fast I will fish in top water.
You mean slow.
Yeah. You're out of your mind and you know it. But so, and that happens to be a way because my lake that I fish is very heavily pressured, like very, very heavily pressured. It's the only like larger lake. It's almost 4,000 acres. That's within 45 minutes of Pittsburgh. Everybody goes there. It's a state park.
Yeah.
Everybody goes there.
So it gets hammered. There's a bunch of, they've seen some shit. So you got to mix it up and approach it a different way.
Right. So what I've discovered is that like fishing fast as fuck is the way to go. Now, and I will tell you this, my crap story, the other side of that just happened. It just happened like 2 weeks ago.
Oh no.
So as we're building Dark Horse Tackle, we've got a new website coming. It's going to launch here at the end of the month. There's a lot of good things going to happen to it. But as we're doing this, we're trying to build content. We're trying to do a lot of things. So like I have a lot on my mind when I go out fishing, more than just catching fish. Like I got a lot. Like I'm thinking about the freaking GoPro. I'm thinking about all of it. You know what I mean?
Wireless microphones.
Yeah, wireless microphones.
Oh yeah, you add content creation to that. It's like
Dude, like
who knows?
We got gimbals. Like literally, Josh and I went to go get hamburgers today, and we took an over under on whether or not we were going to set the house on fire as to like how many devices we were charging. Like so I got all this going on in my head, and like 2 weeks ago, I went out on the water, and don't get me wrong, like. Yeah, I got a business and I'm thinking about the business nonstop. But when I go fishing, it stops.
Yeah.
It stops. The only reason why I get content when I'm fishing is because I figured out how to do it without thinking about it anymore.
Yeah.
The camera's run and I don't have to think about it.
Yep.
So I'm out there and I'm fishing. It wasn't the greatest freaking day. And it starts raining out of nowhere, like just freaking out of nowhere. And the setup I had that day was not conducive to rain. So I had to when I saw the rain moving across the lake, I had to grab everything, pull it off, stick it in a place where it wasn't going to get wet and everything. And, I'm fishing and I'm fishing. And the rain stops and I didn't get my fucking camera back out. And I keep fishing. I'm fishing a frog. I'm fishing a toad thumper.
FTG.
And I'm fishing this toad thumper, and this bass had to have been at least 6 pounds. At least. It breaches the water by like a foot and a fucking half. It just blows up out of the water on my frog. Completely blows up out of the water on my frog. It's freaking amazing. Like I'm standing there and my eyes got like spirals in them as I'm watching what's going on.
You're just like mesmerized by the epicness. Yeah.
I was my canoe was lined up perfectly to catch the whole thing on camera. Okay? Well, the fish came off. I didn't catch the fish. My camera was still in a place where it wasn't going to get wet, so I didn't get the shot. I got nothing.
It's basically all.
That's rough. That's brutal, man.
But the whole deal with like, what's your worst fishing story?
Yep.
I came up with that one, and I came up with that answer because in recent memory, like, that's the time when I was like, Jesus Christ, are you fucking kidding me?
Because it's like a double blow.
Right. But take all that away, Bobby. I don't have a bad fishing story.
Yeah. You know, it's so funny. I
don't have one. I don't have one because I'm so glad to be out there. Since the time I got out on the water, since the time I started fishing, I just don't have a bad fishing story, man. Like, even the time when, like, me and my buddy were on a freaking blow up rubber raft from Walmart.
Yep. And
we were screaming down a flooded creek and had no way to get back to where we were supposed to go. Like, dude, it was all fun. I don't have a bad story.
I love that. And here's why. I look at even this podcast and the content creation that kind of carries along with that, the Instagram stuff, the Facebook stuff, the TikTok, all that stuff. For me, that's like almost like my vlog. Like, I'm just sharing my adventure. So when I had that, I had a just an absolute tank right before the July multi-species. I called that motherfucker last week of June. I'm out fishing. It's like a Tuesday afternoon. And I said, when we recorded the show, I'm like, because the tournament doesn't start for another week, I'm going to break a PB. I'm going to catch an absolute tank. And I was throwing a bait I'm very comfortable with. And I had a giant just hammer it, you know. And when I told the story, I've always heard people say like, "Oh yeah, it hit this bait so hard it took the rod out of my hands." And I always assumed that was just a saying. That's not just a saying. Like this, I was holding the rod and the butt end just slipped completely out. I had to juggle to get it back, and I should have retied. It was my own fault. You know what I mean? Why this fish broke up? It came up close enough to the surface and went broadside. This may have been a new PB. My current PB is only 22 inches, 6.66 pounds. And, you know, it's a good fish. You know,
I gotta ask you. You. Put that experience upon all the rest of your experiences.
It's just as good.
Exactly.
Yep.
My question was, is it any less?
Yeah, no, it's just as good.
No, it's not.
Because it's part of the story.
It might be more. It might be more.
That's exactly it. You're 100% right, because it is. They're all elements of the stories. There's wins, there's losses, there's just anything can happen, and you never ever know. That next cast could be a record breaker. You know? And if you don't make that cast, then it definitely won't be.
Oh, dude, fishing is, you know, if I could leave this podcast on anything.
Yeah.
Fishing is the most nonsensical comedy, tragedy, hero story.
All rolled into one.
Yeah. And, you know, it realistically just comes down to how the fish want to act that day.
Yeah.
It's not on you, man. I mean, yeah, obviously you could screw some shit up.
But hey, that being said, if you're fishing a pond, if you're fishing a creek, if you are fishing a giant lake in a $100,000 bass boat,
if I'm fishing more,
you know what? Good on you.
Yep.
As long as you're having fun, as long as you're enjoying what you're doing, good on you. And do not let one single freaking person take that away from you.
Yeah, they can't. I love that. Dudes, this was amazing. This is the beginning of something really fantastic. I am so excited for what the future holds for both Jigs and Bigs and Dark Horse Tackle. I think this is going to be nuts. I know in our group chat you mentioned something about an upcoming expo. I'm going to do everything I can to make that happen, just because I think it would be freaking out of this world. I'm doing some stuff This year I started. I'm just looking to extend my journey. So we should fish.
Yeah.
What we should do, because I do like a lot of, I like to dabble in overlanding, as I like to say, just a little bit, you know. I'm not too proud to sleep in my truck, you know, and
just dip your winky in a little water. It's okay.
That's what I'm saying. You know, I think that we should plan a trip and go and do some shit. You know, I've had a trip. I've had a trip I kind of want to do to Hoosier State Forest in Indiana.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that would be the shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't care where it is. I'll fish anywhere.
Yeah.
Like that's my thing. My biggest toxic trait as a fisherman, as who I am, what I know, what I do.
Yeah.
Is guys will sit there and they'll go, oh, well, that's this and that's that. And buddy, you take me to your favorite place you want to fish.
Yeah.
You take me out on your boat. You put me in the back of your boat. You cast first. I don't care.
You put handcuffs on me and
and
you strap me to the bed and Josh, what are you talking about?
That's right. Exactly. I'll
Safe word.
No safe words. I'll still do my best to outfish you.
That's exactly it.
That's all it is.
Yeah. It's, you know, and that's the whole thing. Everybody's got their own fishing journey. Just own it and bring it, ride that son of a bitch as far as you can.
Yep.
We obviously have some great stuff coming for the listeners of Jigs and Bigs, and for, you know, hopefully we can provide some entertainment to the subscribers of Dark Horse Tackle. Guys, before we wrap up, I'd like, if you could, share some stuff that maybe folks could be looking forward to from Dark Horse Tackle in the future. You know, some ideas that might be floating around, something like that. And also, you know, best ways to reach out if they have questions, and if they want to subscribe, the best way to do that.
All right. So we have actually a ton of stuff going on. We have been held hostage by a horrible freaking platform since I came under the company and well before that. And the name of that horrible company is called Cratejoy. And I would like all of your listeners, all of our subscribers, and everybody to know that at the end of this month, we are launching a new website. And we will forever be breaking the change. Hallelujah. Good Lord. Goodbye, Cratejoy. We are going to have our own website, and it is going to be badass. It's going to be super clean. And there's a few things coming with that. You are going to be able to still obviously be subscribed to the Weekend Warrior box.
Yes.
You are going to be able to be subscribed, you lucky bastards, to the Dabble Pack. You are also now going to have the option to come in and build your own box. That's amazing. So, yeah, we have to over order because we never know how many people are going to subscribe.
Always.
And we always have to over order. So we always carry inventory. And you are now going to be able to come on to Dark Horse Tackle and go into we're opening the vault. You're going to be able to come on to darkhorsetackle.com and build your own box out of our inventory. Now, we always, we want you to be able to go to the guys that make these baits and buy them. We want that. That is the virtuous cycle. That's the whole point of this.
Yeah.
But for a one-stop shop, real quick, if you want to come on in and you said, hey, I got one of these, I liked it. Or maybe you got one of these and you caught like 3 fish on it and you threw it off like the second time, like the third, fourth time. Come onto our site. You can build your own box. Maybe get a few things. Maybe you get a color. So we usually get like 5, 6, 7 different colors or different weights of whatever baits are going into these boxes. You can come on in, build your own box, and get maybe a different color, a different pattern of what you got. Maybe get more of what you got.
Baits you did not get
right
before you were subscribed.
and you can do that, and that's going to be a cool new feature of ours. But I do want to make it known that in the description of every single bait on our website, you are going to find the link to the company that made it.
That's awesome.
We want you guys to look these dudes up. Dark Corner, Dockmaster, Robusto Custom Lures, Jawtech, love you, Colt. There are so many motivated. Trevor from Motivated Fishing. Like, dude, we hung out with these guys. Yeah. These guys are our friends.
That's awesome.
Like, they are our freaking friends. Like, we love these guys. We want you to go see them. But one-stop shop, you want to come in, you want to, like, build your own box, you're going to be able to do that on Dark Horse Tackle.
You'll be able to buy single purchase baits, too. That's going to come at a penalty, though, dude.
It is. Like, they're going to be an MSRP because we don't want you to come to our site to buy a single bait. We don't want you to do that.
You got to buy it from.
You want to build a box and then go to the bait maker for if you're like, yep, this is the one I don't want. Yeah.
We're a subscription box, man. We're not, we're not small business tackle warehouse yet.
Yep.
Yet. However, some other things that are going on. Obviously, we've got the quarterly. Josh, you want to show the jig heads one more time what the quarterly box looks like?
The jig heads.
So we've got the quarterly box. This comes out every 3 months. Obviously, quarterly.
It's awesome.
It's a high-end box, and every single time you buy one of these boxes, you are also kind of buying a raffle ticket to win a bait that is worth probably $100 to $200.
Yeah.
We got amazing. A lot of shit going on. It's honestly like, Bobby, I can't thank you enough, man. Like, partnering up with you guys, hanging out with you guys, dude. The group chat. Josh and I have had so much freaking fun talking with you and Joe and so Sean. Good. Like, dude, it's been badass. Like, we really freaking enjoy it. So we got a lot of stuff coming on, and honestly, I can't even finish the story about what is coming up with Dark Horse Tackle because I don't even know yet.
Yeah,
no, we don't know
because we're not stopping.
Yep, that's awesome.
Ask Josh. Dude. Ask Josh at 6 o'clock in the morning how many texts he has for me. We don't stop.
That's what it is, man. I mean,
you guys got that fire in your belly, man.
Yeah.
And
I would love to tell you, something, more tangible or something even untangible, dude. Yep. Like it's just, we don't even know. We're going to beat this redheaded stepchild into submission. Like, I mean, this is our redheaded stepchild and we love them so much.
Yeah.
But we're going to beat the shit out of them.
I really want to again talk about, as my drink is dripping off of my beard. I really do want to talk about one more time. I want to talk about the virtuous cycle. Guys, when you get our box,
support the companies.
Not if you get our box, but when you get our box. We give you a card, and on the back of that card is a map. That map is a map to amazing bait makers.
Yep.
These guys will likely make whatever the hell you want.
Yeah.
They will do what you need them to do, and they will do it well. This is their passion. These small businesses, they are just like Josh and I.
Yeah.
They are driving 3 hours. They are staying up late. They are in their shop until, the late show. Like, that's what this is. And if you think that you're going to get that from big companies, you're wrong.
Yeah.
You get this from passionate people. Yeah. And that's what Dark Horse Tackle stands for. Yeah. That's what the virtuous cycle stands for. That's where you're going to get this. And sometimes that's what makes all the difference. And there's one more thing I'd like to point out. You mentioned like a few things that were very important to fishing. And I think one thing you left out is confidence.
Oh yeah.
We give you that.
So there's this deal, right? I like to point out Barnum and Bailey.
Yep.
All right. So Barnum and Bailey, he knew something. And what he knew was what people believe in. And so, like, sometimes there's that bait that when you pick it up, when you hold it, when you see it, when you click on it online,
you feel it.
That's right.
Yeah.
And after that, you know what? It might be the worst fucking bait in the world.
Game over. Doesn't matter.
But it's game over. You're going to catch fish on it.
Yep.
Dark horse tackle.
It hits different.
That's right.
Right.
Yep.
Dark horse tackle is going to open up to you a realm in which you are going to find that bait.
Yep.
That you've got confidence in like no other.
That's
I'll leave it at this, Bobby. Welcome to the circus.
I love that. I love that. Am I the bear on the giant ball?
Please.
We like you as the bear on the giant ball.
I see. I think that's a good fit. We'll get Joe on the trapeze. You know, Sean sticking his head in the lion's mouth.
Who the fuck is Joe Brown?
Who the fuck is Joe Brown? Oh my goodness, guys, this is freaking amazing. This may go on record as one of the longest interviews of the show.
It's tough to shut up.
We might hit the 5-hour mark for Jigs and Bigs this week. I just know how it's going to go down when we record on Saturday or on Sunday. So who even knows? This is going to be insane.
Hey, real quick, I do want to say, I've gone back and forth with you, and I've had the pleasure of going back and forth with Joe, and I've had the pleasure of going back and forth with Sean. You guys are kind of awesome, man. Salt of the earth. Dude.
I appreciate that.
Right. You do it right.
I appreciate it. That's all we want to do. You know, it's like we hope we can give people some, you know, something they can use in their fishing, but more than anything, we just hope we can entertain people, and we're just being our organic selves. What's that?
I kind of have been referring to you as the Howard Stern of bass fishing.
Fuck, I love that. I love that. Oh my!
When he brought it up, I I'm not a podcast listener, but I am a Jigs and Bigs Instagram enjoyer. I am a Bobby Roast Beef follower.
Oh yeah.
I know your voice. I know your cadence. I know who you are. I know you've definitely got your foot in the industry. And I agreed immediately.
No shit.
I was just like,
I fucking love that. Yeah. You guys are doing nothing good for my ego, and I am so here for it. Oh my God.
We're here for it, buddy.
Hey, I've got no right precision measuring equipment right now, and I'm holding it up, and I think I saw at least a 2000s growth in your head size.
Nope, I'm gonna let it happen. That's the virtuous cycle, baby.
It's exactly what it is. But that makes me wonder if is Sean Baba Booey, and does that make Joe Artie Lang?
Yes.
Or is he Jackie the Joke Man?
To be determined.
Yeah, to be determined. He could be Beetlejuice.
On the next episode. Beetlejuice.
I love it, guys. Thanks so much. Do me a favor. If you guys have a picture, preferably of the two of you together, just holding a couple of tanks, send it to me. We'll use it for the artwork for the show.
We'll get it tomorrow.
I love it. I love it. You guys are the greatest, man.
I got a tournament coming up tomorrow, bro. I gotta get to bed.
I gotta get to bed too. It's gonna be a wild day tomorrow.
I'm gonna rock your world, baby.
I hope so. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I might be coming back to this. I may not even go out tomorrow if I get there and it's hairy. I might be like, let's go get some donuts. You know,
works for me.
If it's hairy, I'm still going.
Yeah. I mean, who am I kidding? I'm driving 90 minutes.
Especially if it's hairy.
Yeah. Hey.
Good stuff. I freaking love it, guys. Awesome. Thank you so much to all of our listeners. Yeah, you know what's coming. We're going to have a discount code for you guys, for our Jigs and Bigs listeners, coming real soon. Be on the lookout for that. Jig heads, we got something special for you, too.
Jig heads, we're going to take care of you.
Yeah.
Yep.
We got something special for you guys, too.
To do the plug.
Yep.
Dark Horse Tackle on all social media platforms. Holy shit. Dark Horse Tackle on all social media platforms.
Yep.
And the website is darkhorsetackle.com.
Absolutely. Yep. Go ahead.
That's it.
Hey, Bobby.
Yep.
I just want all of your people that run the tournaments that you run.
Yep.
I want them to know that from here on out, Dark Horse Tackle is going to have something for you.
I love that. That's fucking awesome.
We're going to have something for you. If you win, if you do good, we're going to reward you. We've got a cookie for you.
Yes.
I love it.
Participation trophy.
I love it, guys. I love it. Thanks again, man. You guys are absolutely amazing. Big things coming for listeners of Jigs and Bigs from Dark Horse Tackle. You guys, you need to do yourself a favor. Go and subscribe. Get a couple of these boxes. Try them out. You're not going to be disappointed. I promise you. I freaking promise you. We'll see you guys in a bit. Don't go too far. More Jigs and Bigs coming up after this. You know, I never intended to do these marathon shows. That's never my intention. I think I was episode 1 or episode 2 where I said, you know, I'm just going to let the show be as long as it needs to be. I'm not going to aim for it to be 30 minutes. I'm not going to try to make it 12 hours. The show is going to be as long as it needs to be. I have a feeling we've broken a record on this show right here. And to that, all I can say is well done to everybody. Because I think that the value is there for everyone. The entertainment is certainly there for everybody. And it's just pretty freaking awesome. I am stoked. I am absolutely stoked. Folks, do yourself a favor. Go over to darkhorsetackle.com. Subscribe. If you're a jig head, be on the lookout. In your email, you're going to get a notification about a special Jig Head promo code. Yes, additional savings for the Jig Head fam. Be aware of that. And listeners, you're going to have an opportunity to save some money with Dark Horse Tackle too. That's coming up. We're going to have a special spot that's going to tell you what that promo code is, and that'll be dropping shortly. So you're going to want to listen to episodes of Jigs and Bigs. And I should say this too, because there isn't a week that goes by that somebody doesn't reach out to me and say, hey bud, I'd like a Jigs and Bigs sticker. I believe next month, everybody who's subscribed to to Dark Horse Tackle will be getting a Jigs and Bigs sticker in their box as just a little bit of a bonus. They're shipped out. We're shipping them out to Dark Horse headquarters, DHHQ, and they're going to be shipped out with everybody, so you'll get a Jigs and Bigs sticker. We want to kind of pepper them around the country. That's the idea. Sprinkle them. Like Parmesan cheese. No, I didn't say stop.
I'm out there.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. So, good stuff coming up. Kris, it was great having you on the show, dude.
Thanks for having me.
What do you got going on like in the next couple of weeks? Because you and I should fish. I will gladly come up to New Hampshire.
It might take a few more than a couple of weeks. I'll get back to you in person through a PM, but I got a big tournament coming up pretty soon here on the St. Lawrence River in about a week and a half. Yep, and then I got a nighttime tournament coming up on the weekend. That goes from 6 p.m. to 8 a.m. It's a long shift.
That is a long-ass freaking shift.
Some of these guys nap. I don't nap.
Yeah. So. I hear that. I hear that. Sometimes it's better to just muscle through it. Well, that tourney for up on the St. Lawrence, are you going to the Alexandria Bay area?
No, me matey. I shall not go.
Okay.
The pirate event's going on up there. And,
yeah, it is.
I'm going to stay away from Alexandria Bay. There's 2 areas I'm checking out. And I'm not going to mention them now, but I'm sure other people are checking them out. But it's to the north of that and to the south of that.
Gotcha. You might be making the right call to stay away from that because from what I understand, it is a fucking peg leg shit show.
Yeah,
crazy.
Anybody who doesn't know about it, it's literally there's paid for actors. They plunder the bay with cannons, and they have boat fights, and like you don't want to be a fisherman. I mean, even if you could like get your way around there, I think fish, like I've known with fireworks and stuff on the lake, they don't like big boom booms.
Yeah, no.
So you don't want to fish there anyways.
They're going to be pretty freaking turned off.
If you're listening to this and doing that event on the St. Lawrence, you just got a big cookie thrown your way.
Yeah. Man, that's nuts. Well, good luck, dude, with the tourneys. Let's do that. Let's get out. Let's fish.
We got to.
I think it'll be a good time. I think it'll be a ton of fun.
I agree. Thanks for having me, man.
Oh, this is good. Again. Joe, how about you? You got any plans? You and I should go and do Ascend.
I know we need to do it as well. Yeah, I know. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, and
on the side, we'll talk about it and we'll figure it out.
I like that idea. And for those of you that are just like, I'm so puzzled. Where is Sean? What's happening with Sean? Sean will be returning next week with more Jigs and Bigs goodness just for you. And he's going to shed a little bit of light on kind of the whole situation, where he's at. I think we're going to actually have some pretty interesting Just the Tip content for you. This should be really good, but he's enjoying a vacation right now, well-deserved, taking in the seaside breezes of Cape Cod and enjoying his some time off. So that's a good thing.
Good,
but
Sean, that's great.
Yeah, absolutely. No, this is a really good show, guys. I hope you got some value out of this. Again, as a reminder, any kind of a rating and review you could give us over at Apple Podcasts definitely helps out the show. And of course, I think my favorite way for getting new listeners is not from the algorithm. If you love this show, tell your friends about it. Just tell your friends about it and say, hey, come check this out. These guys are out of their freaking minds. They go, they have cocktails with their loved ones, and they come in and they talk fishing. It's like, it's like that conversation that you're kind of adjacent to at the tackle shop, but you're not going to spend a bunch of money there. You can just shop online. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Nobody's pressure needed to buy anything unless we're talking about Dark Horse Tackle subscriptions, in which case you don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss it, especially if you want your Jigs and Bigs sticker. So go ahead and subscribe. As far as the crew here at Jigs and Bigs HQ, thanks everybody for listening. We appreciate you. We will see you in 7 days with more Jigs and Bigs goodness. If you're enrolled in our multi-species tournament, get out there and get them. Make sure that you're tagging us in your pictures if you're posting fish pics on anything. And we will see you guys. Have a great one. And like we always say,
tits and ass, smoke some grass.